Remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
What did I forget?
This can be cut around. Was that the official take?
Yes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast. How do I go about this? As you can tell, no recap has occurred yet, because we're still in this midst of the season 27. If you know what, before I get there, with me today we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And hey, if you're listening from London, I think that's where this takes us. Yeah, London.
Yes.
Yeah, because Big Ben's there. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Bluesky, for all the socials out there. We also have a LetterBoxd where we do our averaged out like numbers and graphs of everything we've covered. We also have visual side of things over on YouTube and Rumble, which is what I was getting to, where it's a bit different, being that we're in a hybrid-ish season right now with a continuation through November, where we have, if you're looking there, you can see that we have our Halloween attire on, but it's been doctorated slightly to this November bit. And it might be one of our first instances where we are hinting for things to come, if you can try to solve them. Anyway, fun little game there over on that end. But hey, maybe you're not into the games. Don't worry, you can find us on tons of just audio platforms out there as well. Whew, what a spiel.
You did great.
Thank you. I guess the biggest thing is like, hey, this episode's coming out November 5th. So what better thing to do on November 5th than V for Vendetta? Seems fitting.
Pretty on point.
Yes, the hype is real.
Yes, also for this film being taking place in the 2020s is what I think it's just classified as. So it could be taking place this year, could be taking place in the next 5 years from now. I don't know. Or 4 years.
Could have already happened.
Yeah. Could have already happened.
Could be happening right now.
Yeah. Let us start. Well, let me just go over that itinerary. I think that's the word of what we're going with. We're going to do our histories. We're going to do some facts I have, and then we're going to go into the coverage, which is going to be linear popcorn today. And then we'll wrap it all up with summaries and ratings. So let us begin with histories with Crimson.
All right. So I have seen this film 2 times now. Once for the podcast. I don't really remember the first time seeing it. It was not in theaters. I know that much. I don't know if a friend showed it. I don't know if I caught it on TV with Dad. I got nothing. But I know I'd seen it before. And currently I own a poster of this film that I found the other day. And
you did get it.
I did end up buying it because
that's cool.
It just felt like fate, you know?
It was too
What
much
are the
lined
odds
up
we're
for
about
it.
to cover this movie on the day of the events, and there's a poster right there. I went for it.
Is it like was it like wooden or metal?
Wood
Yeah.
one, yeah. Past that, don't really have much history. Sprinks and I and Sinister went somewhere, and Sprinks bought something related to this, which I'm sure will be part of his history. I'll just let you know I was there, so that's it.
Oh boy. While I try to remember that, let's go to writer.
All right. So yeah, V for Vendetta. This is one of my favorites that I have not seen in a very long time. And I'm just happy to be back and watch it for the podcast. Actually, very a few fun review for me. I wanted to dress up as Mr. V for Halloween, and I was forbidden from doing so when I was younger. And that's probably the extent of my history. I've seen it I've seen it a few times when I was younger, but I haven't seen it in a while. So it was a Not a new take, but a catch-up take.
All right. And then that leaves me. I have seen this movie, I believe, now 3 times. One time for the pod, and then one time a long time ago, and then the first time was a very long time ago, which I believe I watched this movie in 7th grade in middle school in history class. I think that was the first time I saw this.
History class. I mean, I guess that makes sense actually.
Yes, but quite the teacher for showing this movie, which is.
Am I thinking of the right teacher?
No.
Okay.
It was not the school you attended.
Okay.
So, but I remember it's interesting, like how the time jumps have been from me seeing this movie, like how little I remembered of it, but just kind of feeling like it was almost a first time again kind of thing. Like there was little bits I remembered, which was really cool. But I own a copy of the comic, which came in a box set with a Guy Fawkes mask, which Crimson secretly messaged me a reminder of it because I thought I got it at a comic shop, and that's all the information I remember of it. I did get it at a comic shop on a trip to Seattle with Crimson and Sinister.
Yes.
I also own, I think it's some kind of like collector's edition, special edition, something of a Blu-ray copy of the movie. And I think that's it. Anywho, sounds like we all have stuff with this movie. Hopefully that's not subjective peaking, but
no newbies.
That's right, no newbies. With that, we'll go into facts I have. This movie had a buku amount of facts. I tried to limit it, but the fun fact section is 9 fun facts. So I apologize if it runs on a little bit. This film's initial release date was March 17th, 2006. However, some will credit that it came out in 2005, so I had to look into why. That is because there was an early US release, which was on December 11th of 2005. It
How
has
did this not come out November 5th?
Great question. I don't know. Maybe November 5th wasn't a Thursday or Friday of that year. Because they can't release a movie, I guess, on a Monday or something. I don't know. That's like theater rules or something. You can't really have a opening box office or opening weekend box office if it doesn't come out on a weekend, I suppose.
It's a short week if you do that, yeah.
Yeah. It has a runtime of 2 hours and 10 minutes. It had a budget of 54 million USD, where it got its box office of 70.5 million, which was domestic, and overall worldwide was 132.5 million.
I think they did a good job with the budget.
Yeah.
I think so. I think this is definitely a movie that does help being worldwide.
Yeah.
It is rated R. Big shock there. Its genre is thriller action, and hopefully I don't butcher this name, but it was directed by James McTeague. I think it's a bit of a foreign name, who has done works of directing such as Ninja Assassin of 2009, The Raven of 2012, and The Matrix Awakens and Unreal Engine 5 Experience of 2021.
So not a lot.
It's a highly specific one.
Well, there's a couple other things, but I wanted to go with the last one because that was. I remember when that Matrix Awakens came to show off Unreal Engine 5, and I just found out that he directed that, so that was cool.
Forgot that existed.
All right, so I have 9 fun facts here. Take them with a grain of salt, audience. I found these on the internet. How much they are true or all false, couldn't tell you. Do I start with the very obvious one, or do I end with the obvious one?
Start with the obvious one.
Okay, I'll start with the obvious one, which I feel everyone should know. Natalie Portman actually did buzz her hair.
I did know that.
Neat.
Yeah, that was real. Other facts I have is the domino scene, where V tips over the black and red dominoes to form a giant letter V, involved 22,000 dominoes, and it took 4 professional domino assemblers to set it all up, which took about 200 hours.
200 hours.
Jesus. That's
Yeah, if
commitment
it took
right
200
there.
hours, I'm gonna guess that it failed a couple times.
Imagine if you
Domino community has gotten better.
yeah,
I guess.
imagine if you fucked up the shot and you had to do that all over again.
Yeah.
That is not great. But I didn't think that was CGI. I thought it was practical. So I credit to them.
No, it's practical.
There's not much CG in this.
No. For the scene when V emerges from Log Hill, the stunt double Chad Stolaski, hopefully that's pronounced correctly, literally did walk through fire. He was wearing a special fire-resistant gel and a G-string on, and Stolaski's body temperature had to be lowered before the scene was shot. And for that shot, it was 3 degrees below zero of the night of the shooting. It was a 15-minute 15 minutes before the take, he would put ice cold flame resistant clothing on and then took them off to be covered with the gel.
Huh.
Dedication to the craft right there.
That's good shit. I like it.
The cast and crew were allowed to shoot near the British Parliament and Elizabeth Tower as Big Ben from midnight to 4:30 a.m. only, and they could stop traffic for only 4 minutes at a time.
Whew.
Well,
But
it worked out for 'em.
having been to London, that tracks. They're very, very strict about those rules.
One of the major challenges in this film was how to bring V to life using an expressionless mask. Thus, considerable effort was made to bring together the lighting, acting, and Hugo Weaving's voice to create the mood of the situation. And since the mask muffled Weaving's voice in takes, his entire dialogue was re-recorded in
Yeah.
ADR.
Yeah, I imagine he was redone in ADR.
Next one I have is the secret police are called Fingermen. You may have been curious, why are they called Fingermen? Did
I
either of
was
you?
curious about that.
Okay, did you know the answer?
No. I also thought I misheard it the first time she said it in the alleyway.
Okay. They're called Fingermen because the new order was arranged on the model of the human body. The Chancellor was the head, the television station of BTN was the mouth, visual and audio surveillance patrolling the streets were the eyes and ears, Inspector Finch was part of the nose, and the police force with Creedy was the hand.
Interesting. I think that they don't necessarily need to make that explicit, but that's a cool fact, I think. At least everything symbolically lines up for that one.
Yeah.
I like the concept. It's just a goofy name. The fingers are here.
It is kind of goofy.
The thumbs are on their way.
The thumb
I
thumbs.
snap my fingers. My fingers snap you. Certain scenes with this movie feature James Purefoy, hopefully again pronounced that correctly, who was playing V. And he was originally cast in the role, but was replaced by Hugo Weaving 4 weeks into the filming. Weaving's voice was simply dubbed over Purefoy's performance in the post-production, and the director has said in an interview, "Can I tell the difference? Yes. Can the audience tell? I doubt it."
I didn't.
I can assure you, I could not tell.
I also couldn't tell. And I think Hugh Weaving is probably a better choice for at least the voice.
Maybe. I don't know what James Purefoy sounds like. But 2 more facts I have is during the introduction of V to Evie, starting with Viola and ending with coincidence, V uses words that begin with V 48 times, and the total number of V's in the statement is 55.
I was so close. I put 44-ish words because he was just blasting them out so quickly.
Yeah. And the last fact I have is in all of the Chancellor, who I found out his name is Adam Sutler, the character. In all his scenes, he blinks only once.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's very interesting to see the war doctor as
I do not.
running a fascist government.
Yeah, but I do know his pupils were huge.
Yeah, I wrote that down. Definitely intentional.
Can't tell if that was contacts or John Hurt just has huge pupils. Anywho, that's all the facts I have. Do either of you two have any additional ones?
Natalie Portman was pretty much the only thing I knew of the shaving head.
I don't. No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. with that, we're going to the coverage of the movie. We're going linear popcorn, so from beginning to end. Uh, someone jumps a little ahead, that's fine. Someone jumps a little back because something jumped over, totally fine. We'll go from here to the end, and we'll start with Ryder.
Wonderful. I would like to start with the end. No, I'm kidding. No, I want to start with the beginning. I the beginning here with the flashback of the first time someone tries to blow up a parliament. I think one. It's obviously it's set up for what the rest of the film is going to be about, but it's also an interesting way to introduce uh the rhyme, but it kind of feeds into who V as a character is and why they feel so strongly, and they might have been inspired by this particular thing that happened. It's kind of the sense that you get, and obviously they live in a fascist under a fascist government, so I'm going to be saying that word a lot. Brace yourselves.
You said some guy. Is that not just Guy Fawkes?
It's Guy Fawkes.
Guy Fawkes of 1605.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. So Guy Fawkes of 1605.
Yes, the origin of the mask. That guy. Yeah, I think it was a good introduction. I'm just deciding whether or not we needed this narration bookend, really.
When you say narration book, and you mean it coming back at the end?
Yeah, like it opened with her as a narrator, ended with her as a narrator. I don't know if we really needed to open with remember the 5th of November. Because as an audience, then it's not really relevant yet.
Uh, I think it works. I don't have any comments on necessity, I guess, with regards to it.
I think it works better on a second viewing.
That I will say is true.
Okay.
On a first viewing, it does kind of jump the gun for the reveal to be coming out of V for later in the film then.
Mm-hmm.
But on a second viewing, being a connection of Evie's voice to the situation of hand, being connected to the origin of Guy Fawkes and not just her experience with V, I think is better tied to that version of Evie, because I think the beginning narration is Evie at the end of the movie, of understanding more of everything V was trying to accomplish. So I think that really helps the bookend, and on a second viewing it is a lot stronger, I believe. But for first viewing, the thing it does take away is the V bringing up later, which I guess someone could be like, "Oh, that's what the narrator was saying at the beginning," but
Yeah, it's there to build a connect. If you're a first time viewer, that's there specifically just to draw a connection to what V says later, to mark the importance of the day and the action that he intends to take. But it does. I agree. It does work better on a second viewing.
and I think one of the points for it is being how much this movie likes to show the connection, not just verbal or mental, but physical connection of V and Evie to one another. And I think this could also go into that of like Evie's words of the statement to begin with, connecting then to V's statement of the words, where that's why I'm going with this is the end of Evie at the beginning, because that would make sense for her to know that to meet up with V.
Yeah, that would make sense if we were placing the narration in universe and not just as a for the movie.
Okay, I do think it's a very good opening monologue, though.
Yeah,
It is a bit
good.
gripping.
Yeah, it's a hook. Does its job.
Yeah, and as we all know, I like hooks. So
Captain.
yeah, moving on. At 2:37, when V is, well, I guess V and Evie are both getting their clothes on, like paralleling the two of them, which I thought was very good. The mask transition of the point of view, I think, was really nicely done. Of V putting the mask on and then being the point of view of V looking through, where with that camera angle, being that I've seen behind the scenes of how they do stuff in Mission Impossible movies, the mask on is looking at something that's not a mirror. That's just looking at the actor with like a frame.
Yes.
Yes. A little confused with how you worded it, but I think I get what you're saying.
Like being that the camera is directly centered to the mirror and we see V with the mask on in the mirror. To get that shot, either the camera has to be extremely small so it's not picked up in the reflection,
Okay, I got it.
or the mirror's non-existent, and that's just looking at them to mimic a mirror.
Yeah, it's an image imposed
Yeah,
in front of it. Yeah.
that's why I went with Mission Impossible, because they did that a lot with the masks stuff to get the two actors in the same room to look like that. Sorry, hinting at Mission Impossible. We're not covering that right now. Let's go to Crimson.
All right, I think they do a good job establishing the world we're getting dropped into. We get told former U.S. sends food for meds. Later, we see what's going on with the U.S. a bit more. That there's a civil war going on, but they just say former U.S. In the beginning here, and they break down that it's because they're godless, and that's what killed the U.S. And then just the line, strength through unity, unity through faith. They're definitely setting a tone for
Oh yeah,
where
absolutely.
we're at.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. It very much comes across as like state TV or propaganda, like immediately.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you brought this up, Crimson, because it does make me question something for Ryder, which could tackle into his objective scaling. Ryder, do you think this is enough world building?
Yeah, actually it is. I didn't even need the US stuff. I just need to understand what the state of the United Kingdom is, because that's where we're at. But they did a lot and I appreciate it. Thumbs up.
Yeah. I didn't know if you would be more interested in what's happening in Asia, what's happening in South America,
I am interested in it, but it's not relevant to the movie. So that wouldn't so like uh that would cross into Mr. Director. I would love to see more of it, but objectively this is enough, and in terms of its relevancy to the movie.
Okay.
Is the addition of the U.S. stuff relevant?
It
I think it is.
I do think it is. Yeah. Mostly because, at least in our world, the United Kingdom and the US are typically really, really close allies. So to kind of show uh, the division in that helps to demonstrate how uh, more isolationist the fascist UK has become under the rule of Sutter.
Yeah, that's how I see the relevance. Is if the UK went this route, the US would definitely have its claws in them to be like, "What you doing?"
Yeah,
But if there's no US to do that, then they solve that issue in the movie.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's then pop over to Ryder.
All right. I will talk about it's what's it called? It's a stock scene. Having but it works because they're demonstrating the point of the curfew when Natalie Portman leaves her house. And it's a stock scene. You know, the shakedown. They're given the it's a stock scene for a superhero film. So there's always that moment where the the love interest slash innocent person is going to be accosted in the streets either by thugs, fascist government employees, etc. And
Yep.
in
Vicky
this,
Vale, Mary Jane.
yeah, it's a stock scene. What kind the but what makes it, I think, a good stock scene in quotes is that they're continuing to inject little bits of world building. So you know there's a curfew. You know that she's trying to avoid groups of people on the street. She goes down an alley, and then there's government people waiting in the alley because that's, where they tend to catch people. And I think it demonstrates just the relevancy of it's doing multiple things at once. and usually that's the hallmark of a good scene. And in this case, we're getting introduced to Evie. Christ, I'm terrible with names. We're getting introduced to Evie, and we know that she can defend herself a little bit. She walks around with pepper spray, which is enough to kind of show that she's somewhat smart in these trying times. But obviously, she's accosts or she threatens the wrong people.
I have a question because at this point we don't really know her character, Evie's character, and we get to know her a bit more going forward, and then a lot by the end. At this stage, is she a person that would go past curfew?
So I
Well,
have questions about that, but not. So I'm not 100% against the idea, but it's implied that she's going to see Mycroft, right? I don't know his name, but Mycroft.
Gordon.
Yeah,
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 Gordon. So it's implied that she's going to see Gordon, and was
But
the
why?
I think, well, it's implied the reason is for like implied sexy times in order for Gordon to maintain his image.
I didn't read that. I was kind of
I
a
didn't read
squeaker.
that
I
either.
didn't read any explanations given for
Okay,
it.
so
I don't think Evie got that it needed to be covered until she saw his secret room.
yeah. No, like I said, my explanation for that is in the secret room scene because they they state he says a line is like that he was invited. He apologizes like why for not seeing her sooner in that sense because she's not really his type, kind of implying that Gordon is gay.
They definitely do that.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's what the rendezvous is about.
I assumed the rendezvous was about maintaining their image. I don't know the specific line. I should have written it down, but that scene kind of implies that Evie was coming to see Gordon to quote unquote take care of him, and that's would allow Gordon to maintain his image a little bit more of being a ladies' man instead of being into men.
But how does that help this image? Because it's past curfew, and that would be problematic for any public image at this point.
Like I said, that's where I'm not clear on. That's where I start developing questions because I think it works in trying to. He's very popular. I imagine he would get people into his place and stuff like that. But the questions that come up is like, why is it happening late at night? It's kind of implied as well that Evie is late on because it's her fault with how that starts. Like she realizes she's running late, but there's like I said, it's not completely clear.
Well, the note does state 11, which is curfew. So whether or not she's well, I guess if she left at 10:45, she could have been there by 11. I guess.
Yeah. So the implication, I think she's supposed to be there by 11, so she would stay
I
the
think it's
night
a
there.
little silly too that she realized she was running late by looking at a clock in her room when she's watching the BTN and there's just Big Ben on the screen the entire time showing the time.
Yeah, I think that to me so far is probably the weakest part of this opening is that she just happens to be running late. I wish there was a stronger reason for that. Well, because she has every opportunity to notice the time.
Yeah. She's looking at something telling the time but doesn't realize the show is like real footage of the time.
Yeah, so like
And it
and she
wouldn't
has a clock on
be
her
if it
desk.
didn't match.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the clock on the desk is what makes her realize she's running late. But if that time didn't sync up to what was showing on the TV and the TV was like a still image, then that makes more sense to me. Because then it shows that what's on TV is not real of the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, if you're like a scared civilian of curfew, why would you cut it so close anyway?
Yeah, that's the other aspect of it. I
That,
need
that's
I need more of a reason as to why she's running late. Because
that's what
in
I'm
this
thinking.
in this world I don't think it's too convenient that she's running late. Like this is all leading to V's entrance, which is fine. But this is the weakest aspect. Is I think they need to justify her running late a bit more. Like, she could have this rendezvous that she's supposed to be there by 11, but she was set back by something. And I think making that something a little bit more clear would help.
I agree, because you brought up how it's to cover Gordon's image by Evie kind of being there for the night. If it was to be publicly known that it's like, yeah, Evie was there and this is what Gordon's doing for the surveillance to pick that up while passing through the streets, then I just feel part of me senses like if she does get caught, then that's more to the cover of Gordon that she was going there to see him to save his skin, kind of thing. That's why I was kind of pushed to later, but she did run late. But if it was more like I should leave now to get there before curfew, I feel like that would be more important. And it didn't play that way for Evie. So part of me thinks that she is running late to get caught. So it's publicly known to the fingerman and the police that she is there to help cover Gordon, so word gets out more about it for the purpose of it.
I mean,
You just say she intentionally tried to get caught?
I'm trying to think if she left earlier to not get caught, knowing a curfew's in effect, then
I
the
think
only thing to be picked up for Gordon would either be word of mouth, being like, "Yeah, Evie was over,"
I think
or Evie saying that,
yeah,
or for surveillance to pick it up.
I think Sprinks meant that surveillance would catch her. Well, like listening into as they drove past the house, not necessarily that the fingers would catch her in the street. I think.
Well, while that's maybe like to get caught because she went down an alleyway. I don't know if that's the way to Gordon or for her like changing her mind to double back or head home. But I think getting told to is then making a case on herself of what she was going to do. Where Fingerman could have been like, all right, let's go there, pronto, you're past curfew, but in this world everything's too harsh and sexualized. But to like get there, get Gordon, is this the woman? Yes. And then that Fingerman knows her case, which then helps Gordon story of like the alibi of being covered kind of thing. I don't think that was her purpose, no. But I think while running late is a possibility to help the meet up with Gordon. Unless all of this is there's some other reason she was meeting up with Gordon. Because she meets him the next day at work and just goes, sorry about last night. And he goes, don't worry.
I guess by the end of this, Sprinks, what is actually being weighed in your objective scale? Like, what's the actual opinion you're going with for this scene?
My sense is that Evie's late to go see Gordon to help cover for him. And I think I'm leaning that Evie, by how long she's taking to get dressed and doctor herself up and everything to look pretty, is that she actually does fancy Gordon for this. And Gordon's using it as a mask to cover himself being gay, but Evie's actually slightly falling for him. That's why she trusts him and kind of later in the film is the only person she can rely on to go for safety. I think that helps play into why she's running late.
Right. And then, so we think there's a convenience or a potential workaround of her being late, depending on which one of us. But it doesn't go to the original question, so I'll circle back to it. Of is she a person that would do it?
Again, if the original plan is to be there by 11, so she's not out at curfew, then yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
But once she knows she's going to be past curfew, would she still go?
She has no one else in her life right now, and Gordon's the only person who's keeping her comfort and safe. So I would say yes.
Because to me, I don't think she would. There's a whole segment of this movie built around her getting past her fear. So her just getting past it here just to meet Gordon, I feel like undercuts the whole point of that scene.
Are there telephones in this world? There are, right?
I would imagine.
Could she not just call him?
Certainly possible. Oh, yeah, actually, it's confirmed they have phones because of the surveillance they talk about.
Also, the detective uses the phone several times, so.
Also that.
Okay. I mean, like landline stuff, but
yeah, they confirm tapping into
Okay,
the
I'm like, if
past.
she's just running late past curfew, why couldn't she just call Gordon?
Like I said, I do think this aspect is probably the weakest part of the opening, because I think everything else is really good.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah,
This is the foundation of what's to come.
yeah.
I do know this movie is not one-to-one to the comic, and unfortunately, I don't have my copy on me to double check like what the comics situation of this is, but because I believe in the comic, Evie is a prostitute.
Well, probably an illegal thing, which then would explain
I mean,
being
that's
willing to break the law.
yeah. I think the like I said, the only implication I have of that is her going to see Gordon late at night. That's the only real implication that I have tied directly to the prostitute thing. I think it could be work as she cares about Gordon a lot. I don't know if I was given enough of that until later in the film. And at that point, it's just like they're just being completely open and honest with each other. So,
Okay, yeah. I'm, I guess, to a different point. I'm glad it was kind of brought up. I just wrote him as Commander. I didn't really have his name, but the guy just yelling about stuff on BTN. I'm glad that there's a later scene of him arguing about what he looks like on TV because I didn't understand who the heck in the broadcast team was getting such extreme close-ups on his face.
On my nose.
I'm like that's big. I I guess is it like for
Just can't
fear or for
justify it. Yeah.
tension to the public? Okay.
I would say yes, mostly because with how we've seen them operate, at least when we get the public image, it tends to be very, very close up, very in your face. Obviously, in the boardroom meeting with the Sutter, Sutter. I keep wanting to say Sutton or Sutter.
Stutter.
It's Sutter.
Stutter. It was something.
Yeah. And like obviously that's supposed to be big and intimidating. So the idea is that that's kind of propagated through the culture of what this fascist regime is. But yes, it is very much extreme close-ups. It on a more symbolic level, it implies art is dead or dying because they don't really train their cameramen anymore. There's not an education system for that sort of thing.
Does this world feel? This world is kind of confusing on how dystopian it is, because people have free will to an extent, but it's kind of hard to define to what extent.
People are the sheeple.
Sure, the sheeple.
I just feel like the retirement home and the bar attendees and the family with the girl with the glasses and they're just watching TV the entire time, and then none of them have speaking lines, right? Or maybe like someone at the bar does.
Yeah, someone in the bar gets a speaking
Their
line and stuff like that. They're
their
the
purpose is just to show what the people of London are and what they do
yeah.
with
So
messages.
that there's impact of what he is putting out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're taking everything V says as fact, being that, like I understand why you gave all this power to Creedy and Sutter because they promised to fix everything, but something is wrong. So if we're going to take everything as fact, it's definitely that the people have free will, but they're too afraid to express it. So V becomes the muse for them to then express it.
Yes.
Because there's a level like they're banning particular songs, so there is a restriction.
They're
The
banning.
jukebox is banned; it's in the vaults or whatever. All
Yeah.
these artistic expressions are taken away. But then there's still people just kind of living their lives. It's kind of a weird thing.
Well, I mean, that's for me at least how that's how I understand that's how fascism works. I mean, when let's go pick on my favorite fascists, the villains of World War II. Um, Obviously, people are still going about their daily lives under that regime until the Allies bomb the shit out of them. But there is a degree of like once fascism is normalized outside of the rules, quote unquote, that the stuff that's getting banned, people will go about their daily lives trying to just live. So, from at least as far as I understand fascist regimes, that's very normal because people don't want to stand up against the fascist regime by themselves. So if you can
Get
get
black
people,
bagged.
yeah, if you can get people like afraid enough, then that's kind of what they'll do. They'll just try to go about their normal lives as best they can, because that for them is a win.
Yeah, it's just the balance because we see like a TV show that's on in the background that the guard is watching and he likes, and it's not from what I can tell the typical propaganda that's on the screen, and it's not Gordon's show either. It's
Yeah,
something else.
the Gordon I think has a line that says, "Yeah, it wasn't a regime made script or something to that effect." So like there's still like content being produced by uh, this fascist regime, but everything is carefully curated.
Yes. Just a lot to digest.
Yeah,
But
I gotta tell you, watching this movie after finishing Andor for the upteenth time, this movie definitely hits different.
what was the chant? Is that and yeah, that's Andor. One Way Out,
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll jump to something I greatly appreciate for this film is that its first fight scene, you can see what the hell is happening. For a fight happening at night with someone cloaked in pretty much all black, V taking out the fingerman, you can see the choreography. I really appreciate that.
I thought this was gonna be a dig at Game of Thrones, so you had me in the first half, and I was.
You're ready to jump in on Dogpile.
Oh yeah, exactly. Fuck that. Fuck that show. At least the last season. I
What was it? Was it Witcher? Something like a Witcher book or something where like a blind person's explaining how the fight is happening while they're under a table or
Yes,
something.
yeah, that was Witcher.
I think that is a Witcher book.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm glad it's not that where like Evie turns her head and closes her eyes, and when she looks back, it's done.
Yeah. There is definitely a few shows that cut away from the fight. Uh, and
Moon Knight.
yeah, but
Deadpool versus
at least Moon
Wolverine
Knight
was
does it
awesome.
with character. That is probably the only bit of praise I'm going to give them with that show when we get to it. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think the fight scene, I understood it well enough what was going on. I yes, I understood well enough what was going on. I didn't have any issues with it, and we get it's an introduction to V the character as well, so it's just 100% full steam ahead. Like this is who this character is, and
It
True, but
established
for
he's more than just a man too. He's got combat capabilities and strength.
yeah,
yes,
no, he's experimented super soldier something. But I I like the detail that these three fingermen he doesn't kill.
Until off screen.
What do you mean off screen? Like later?
He tells Evie that he went back and killed them.
Oh, that's right. But I guess like in her view, he didn't.
Yeah.
Which, Murder, I think you touched on earlier. If everything V's saying to truth, it isn't until much later that it tells V or tells Evie no more lies. You know, truth only. How much does he lie?
from what I could tell, the only lies that I know for sure that he tells are the ones that he does to try and the white lies he tells Evie, pretty much.
I mean, the whole torturing her was a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, that outside of the white lies. I didn't feel I'd have to list that because it's very obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and
The romance
for
connection.
me, I mostly attribute that to the line I think he says, "Artists lie as a means of telling the truth." I think was the line that he says.
Yeah.
It's a good line.
Well, politicians use lies to hide the truth or something.
Oh
I
yeah.
remember that one.
What was it? artists use lies to express the truth or something, and then politicians cover it. Something like that. I didn't write that one down.
But yeah, it was one of those good lines that I really appreciated.
Thinking about good lines, because I figured this would be a great example for you, writer, being writing. How do you feel about the sentence structure of V's statement with all the words with starting with a V?
I think it's well written. I don't think it's natural dialogue. As this is the introduction to V's character, I take it as this is in character for him because this is how we're like our first time meeting him. It would be interesting if they redid it later on, kind of showing that he's a bit of a poet, I guess would be the way I would go about it. So I think the line is
What a vagabond.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it works. I like it a lot. They definitely put an effort for it. And I wouldn't classify it as natural dialogue, but they're doing it to build a point as to why he's going to be called V and why he's okay with that.
It's not to
Okay.
the point where it feels like something he wouldn't do.
Yeah.
True. My one nitpick onto it is that he doesn't do it like ever again. Like he doesn't fixate on using V words in his vocabulary.
Yeah. I don't necessarily need to do it all the time, but having him do it one more time would, I think, really help.
Well, I don't think he needs to do it to this extent,
Yeah.
but just like still use V words throughout the film.
I ventured here for
I don't
my
know, maybe-
vendetta. Yeah.
Could just be a me thing, but for how fixated he is on V and that's being his name and his history and how he got the name and what it means and being like the V words are all encompassed into that, I just feel like more of it would have been used. Maybe in like his pre-recorded broadcast that he put out, but
Past that big monologue, I didn't really pay attention to him using V words, so I don't know how much it is laid out.
I think there's still a couple, but it's very muted.
Yeah, he's not obsessive with the V word from beyond this point. He does say them a couple times though.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right. Also, in this fight scene, they established something that I didn't realize till doing the podcast, rereading my notes. Is I wrote it down, forgot about it by the end. The mask made a metal sound effect when he headbutt the
They punched him.
or whatever it was. Yeah.
No, I think it just made of metal.
It's
Certainly
set
helps
up
for a lot later when there's bullets
later.
flying around.
Yeah, that's why I'm laying it out because that was an issue I had, and then I'm like, oh yeah, they set that up as being
However,
a metal mask.
I think his is the only metal one. I don't think the ones he ships out are metal.
Yeah, I think everyone else got a plastic one. He's got the metal one.
But yeah, I guess good setup. Let's go to writer.
All right. We meet the Lestrades. We got Lestrade from Robert Downey Jr. in the council room. We have BBC Cumberbatch Lestrade in Detective with Finch.
Wow.
So just it's funny because all the British actors that are famous are here.
Well, not all of them.
Every
Not
single
all of them,
one,
but
yeah.
a fair majority of them.
Tom Holland was actually that little girl.
That's a new one. I quite like how after the explosion we kind of I skipped over that. There was an explosion. V invited Evie up, and they watched an explosion. I liked the scene.
Yes. Do you think with Evie's first introduction of V, thinking possibly he's crazy, that there was enough in Evie at that point to go with V all the way to the roof of the building? Because first I questioned how they get there, but then my stronger question was, would Evie have gone through to this point?
Well, she could tell he wasn't hostile towards her. It is now past curfew, so there's still a risk of getting
Trouble. So she might have stayed with
fingered.
him just in case that they ran into trouble again.
So I don't think it's too outside the realm. I think it's more unlikely that she would go out on curfew than after that display going with him. That was to rank him.
Okay.
But to lead into your point about V potentially being crazy, the music's part when they can't hear it yet, there's kind of an implication that he might be crazy until you actually can hear it blast from the speakers, which is getting everybody to leave the house to see what's about to happen.
Onto the streets past curfew.
Yeah, everyone was going crazy
All
then.
of these rebels.
Why not just open their windows? Which
I mean,
some did,
some
but
of
they
them
were
did.
like,
It's
"Oh,
like, why is there music on the street?
let's
Come
go
in."
outside."
They probably haven't. Let's see. They probably have never experienced that, I imagine, or at least a lot of the
And they'll never
younger
experience it
people.
again.
Within 20
It's
years.
been blacklisted.
Yep.
It's been blacklisted unless you're. Oh, man, what was his name? Second in command guy.
Creedy.
Dominic.
Yeah, Creedy.
Oh, Creedy. I'm like, which guy? Got it. Yeah, it's not a detriment to the movie at all, but I wish they were a little more clear on what people's names were.
I was lost several times.
Or gave some other characters like an actual introduction.
Yeah, I remember Creedy and Finch, and I think those are the main ones I needed to remember. Like, I don't know Lestrade. I like I said, I have Lestrade 1 and Lestrade 2 in my notes.
I don't think I
I
have
just have
either
him
of
as
them.
Inspector.
Oh, yeah, Chief Inspector.
But yeah, there's a lot of names to go around.
Sorry, you were continuing?
Yeah, I was just agreeing. There was a lot of names to go around.
Let's go with. That was my point. Let's go to a writer.
Okay. Yeah. So the first meeting, I guess, with following the explosion, get the sense of Sutter, like, because we don't see him in person at all until one scene. You get the impression that all he does is hide away in his palace, or like he doesn't meet even his closest advisors face to face, because this is more more of an intimidating way to talk with them.
Or he doesn't trust him.
Or he doesn't trust them, which honestly fits for most fascist regimes.
Well, he would have been correct too.
Yeah, Creedy.
Creedy did have plans.
We can get to that a little bit. I have a couple different views of that. I think that's still within character for Creedy to make the plan, but it's kind of implied that V pushed him to make the plan, with how V sets up the surveillance around him to kind of force Creedy into feeling to make the plan, that he needs to make the plan,
Possible.
It's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
My only other historical note is that the bad guys of World War II, are infamous for their infighting. That's one of the historical anecdotes that you don't see a lot of unless you really start digging into World War II stuff.
Unfortunately, I'm not a big Wolfenstein guy, so.
I never finished the first one.
First one, like the old one, or the new ones, or the
newer ones.
What a shame! Yeah. It's always fun to kill Nazis.
Let's go to you, Crimson.
That's me. So I think they do a good job with this council, I guess, setting up that there's a lot of people with different jobs, and obviously, like writers saying, you had Stutter, whatever his name is.
Chancellor.
Just call him Chancellor.
That Chancellor does have an imposing force and kind of just controls everybody. But Inspector, you can already tell in this he isn't full on board. Even though he was part of it for how
He's
many
been a
years?
party man for 20 years.
27 years or something. Before the regime change.
Yeah.
Yes. I think he said
So,
27.
so he was kind of brought into this just by his position already being established. So it's not due to loyalty purposes, presumably. We don't get a lot of
Presumably.
his backstory.
Well, no, his mother was Irish.
We get the implication that his mother was Irish, one, and two, he's old enough to remember when England was not like this.
Yes.
Which kind of feeds into why he's a bit of a dissenter. I think he's the oldest, outside of Creedy, he's the oldest person on that council.
I would think so, yeah. I would say Creedy's threatening line of just your mother was Irish is so strong.
Good. Yeah. Creedy, it's kind of implied Creedy and Sutter built this together. Like
yes.
They were
because when was it when Chance was yelling, he's like, the only thing, there would be no newspapers but McCready's resignation. Because he doesn't talk about anyone else's, just Creedy's.
Yeah.
So it does feel like Creedy's like his right hand man, like the pointer finger. Haha.
He is Vader's fist.
Yeah. The king's hand. Let's go to, who was that? That was Ryder. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. The cover up of the explosion being a emergency demolition, and that the crew got a little too excited with fireworks is quite the cover up.
Yeah, especially when the fireworks make a big V.
Well, the symbol of V isn't really relevant to the populace at this point.
Not yet.
No, and it also wasn't shown on TV. I think the fireworks on the BTN were not the fireworks from the explosion the night prior.
They might have edited. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I could totally buy that they edited the V out of the fireworks for the broadcast. Like, they just didn't show that part.
Could be, but it didn't seem like it was playing back someone's recording. So maybe they just didn't have footage of it.
Yeah, who knows? But I do like that they bring it back later with like 80% of the people don't believe the story. It's like, yeah, that tracks.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of bollocks. Can we say that? Is that allowed?
Bollocks. Oh yeah, why not?
Well, I mean hard.
It's a quote.
Yeah. You can't. The excuse of saying it's a quote isn't allowed for a ton of things. You can't just say stuff and just be like it's a quote. But I don't know how guidelines of stuff work with certain words. Not an expert on that. So I picked up that when the chief inspector and Dominic, because I wrote that, I don't know his like classification name, like detectives guy or whatever.
He's Knuckle.
Yeah, Knuckle. In the morning when they were checking the news, they said there were 16 hours left in the day, and I did the math on that, meaning that their conversation they're currently having is at 8 a.m.
It tracks.
Yeah, that tracks. That would be the big thing they're talking about in the morning because that happened last night.
True, but by this time Evie's already at the BTN working, which she seems pretty energetic for having lack of sleep.
Coffee.
Some people just work differently.
Coffee. Yeah. I don't know, just a little detail. Let's go to Ryder.
I actually think V's plan to get into the BTN and escape works really well. I think the only question I have about it is if there are full fascists, I'm surprised they don't have extra security around the news. It feels like something they would need to do, but
especially for the mouth.
Yeah, I think So I think this works mostly outside of that. His escape plan, like the reason he got the extra masks there was for that end scene when they were all wearing the masks so he can walk out, pretty much. Um, and I think
Very clever.
obviously, yeah, it works. It's a very clever plan. Um, has a it has a lot of functional parts. I think the next part of it would be uh, the message itself. Also very good. I think it's kind of straight to the point. He kind of meanders. He doesn't really spend it meandering. He just lays out his agenda more or less and how he feels about the fascist government, which works. I think it works.
Yes. And we've seen something before where someone gave a speech and threatened that they'll, expect change within 1 year.
That would be Castlevania.
Hey, kudos
I
to
wouldn't
writer.
have gotten that.
I mean, I know because I watched the show a few times.
A detail I like that the chief inspector stated when they were looking up Evie is that they brought about her history and that her what was documented is that her parents were political activists and she was sent to like a juvenile facility at the age of 12, and that's just like on hand record they have of her or I could find. I'm glad that is shown in a scene prior to the flashback of Evie under the bed. Otherwise, that scene would have come across a little more jarring, I think, in tone of what is this, and it's like, oh, that's Evie, and this is what happened, which feels like a jump rather than a cushion prior with this information to know that when that scene occurs, that's what's happening.
Yeah. While we're on that, though, I really love the parallel they do with that later in the film.
Yes, that made me question: is Gordon does Gordon and V know each other? Like
Oh,
with how kind of orchestrated that was looking like.
I feel like V would know who Gordon is, especially after the uh his his show, like that the show, the
Oh
one that
yes,
changes everything. V would
yes, yes, yes.
definitely know who he is at that point.
No, I know V knows who Gordon is. I just mean like that they're friends or
Oh,
like they're on the same
personally,
team. That I don't. I'm going with no, they're not, and it's all just coincidence.
I don't think it's coincidence that V shows up there. I do think that V would have wanted to try and save him because he realizes as soon as he might have seen the show that the black bags are going to come after him.
Okay, maybe you're not. I don't think we're on the same page. That's what I'm
Maybe
getting at.
not.
What I'm getting at is that Gordon introduces Evie the same morning, the same way V does, by saying like bonjour and giving the eggs and toast the same exact way. And even calls it out. It's like, this is so weird. This is how he did it. And then Gordon jokes like, I am V, haha, when it's not. And it's like, okay, do they know one another? Is this like some kind of ploy to get Evie comfortable? Or is this something Gordon just normally does that V has surveillanced of Gordon to make Evie comfortable? So that's why he made that breakfast.
Do we know Gordon isn't V?
Yes, we know Gordon isn't V.
How do you know? We don't see him die.
Gordon is
They're
not
never in
V.
the room together.
Gordon is not V.
What evidence?
Well, we do know Gordon's dead
We do?
at a point. Said he's dead. Uh,
You
and
always say don't believe what they say.
all right. Hang on. Where's my notes? William, what's his name? Really, William Rockwood in the beard and makeup and everything is not Stephen Fry.
Okay, but we also are established that two different actors played V too, so it doesn't really matter. We know
That's
in
meta knowledge.
we know in Black Widow there was a different person in the suit too. So it could just be a deceiving visual.
This is devil advocate going full bore right now.
Well, I don't know.
Gordon is not V.
But why?
What do you mean, why? You think he's in full makeup or a full bodysuit to cover up the burns and the marks? Or do you think the burns and marks are fake?
Yeah, that's the only counter. We never do see V's face.
No, but we do see V's eyes. It's very fast. But the quote-unquote fingerman who black bags Evie going through the gate is V with the eye slit. So it's very fast, but it's very red. It's a very red complexion on the skin there.
I don't believe Gordon is V.
Thank you.
Thank you for
did.
clarifying.
Ryder, where do you stand with all this? Gotta know your point of view.
Oh, they're different people.
I
They're
think
not
he
the
means
same.
more on the collusion angle that he originally pitched.
Oh,
Well, that yes, but also knowing that they're different people is helpful to know.
yeah. The collusion angle. Now that I understand it a little bit more, I can see that. I just don't have any evidence for it. For me that would be an inference too much.
So to you, it's coincidence.
Yeah, it's more coincidental.
Well, I mean, how did Gordon get all of his art when we have established that V can break in and steal stuff from the retrieved vaults or whatever they called it?
Well, Gordon brought up that the God Save the Queen one he
Cost a lot.
got somehow. I think.
Either that or the Quran he said he spent a lot on. I don't remember which one.
Yeah. I don't know, just more parallels of the two, but I'm leaning they're not, but it does feel the angle I go with is that being that V has like tunneled out the tunnels for like 10 plus years and got all the firework rigging to blow everything up and like everything, like all this time that V's been doing all these things. I think V has kept an eye on Gordon because he is a character
sympathetic
on
to the
television.
cause.
Yes, but also like a public eye to see like, is this person I need to kill, like for how bad they are, or like a part of the team for the Chancellor, or are they like their own thing? And I think that gets V to keep an eye on Gordon and has picked up mannerisms, which is why I think the breakfast with Evie of the eggs and toast is something copied off of Gordon. For that's something that V knows. So when it's brought up later, if like a coincidence, it's not that Gordon knows V, it's that V knows Gordon. That's where I lean with it.
So V was copying Gordon's breakfast routine.
Yes, which I think could be picked up how much V knows of
He knows
if
a fuck
Evie was
lot.
going to Gordon's. It's a way to comfort her by taking her. But Evie never got that night with Gordon, which is why the breakfast isn't alarming to her. It's fine and, comforting. So that's why it's weird when she has it with Gordon in his home later on in the film and it's coincidental versus bringing it up to V saying, oh, this is what Gordon gave me last time I was at his place, because that never happened.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, would V let Gordon die? Because he was already there. He took Evie. So was it just, oh, I got there too late to save him? Or what?
I think it was, you could only take one. Save Evie or save Gordon. And he saved Evie.
Would he not have gone there before the police?
Well, I don't know if he thought the Fingermen were coming.
Well, that just makes it very convenient then.
Yeah, everyone in London saw the BTN show that Gordon put on which definitely gets eyes onto Gordon, but I don't know if V saw that as like, okay, I gotta protect Gordon now.
So you think he was there to protect Gordon after the video and just happened upon Evie being there?
No. I think V knew Evie was there, and this was a way to get Evie to protect her. I don't think V's plan was to get Gordon at all. I mean, even still, V showed up dressed as a fingerman and not dressed as himself with the mask.
Yeah. He was expecting them to probably be there.
Also, his whole ploy into turning Evie into a more understanding version of him to get her on his side, I think wouldn't have worked if she knew from the start that it was him. Versus going into it thinking she was captured actually by a fingerman and got black bagged.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
So, I guess maybe with all this, audience, let us know what you think the whole connection is with the egg toast.
Yeah.
It is a delicious meal. I highly recommend it.
I was going to say it was a very British thing to say. Bite into a piece of toast, pan-fried toast, and calling it delicious.
I mean, pan-fried toast is good. Then again, I've enjoyed that before I.
It's good, but it's bland.
Before I ever tried it in the UK.
Bland.
I mean,
Just toast.
It depends what you're adding to it, you know.
An egg.
And butter.
That's all that. Oh yeah, that's right, butter. Butter that haven't had in years. I don't know. Maybe my palate's too big, but I just want like butter toast. Whoopee. So, with that, let's go to writer.
All right. I quite like the interplay, how the propaganda tries to spin him taking over the BTN. Like this, so he gets the idea to try and record the rescue operation.
Yes.
So again, it's a quick turnaround. Kind of shows that the fascists, they aren't incompetent.
No, it was a solid plan. They didn't go in expecting there'd be multiple masked people.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Clear cut, take out the target.
But did they believe that was being broadcast was live, or did they know it was recording?
No, they Oh, no, sorry. You mean the message from V or the rescue mission?
V's message.
I think
Yeah,
they
like
know that wasn't live.
Okay. I like the
'Cause
broadcast team know because they put the disc in. But was that information relayed? Because
Well,
that broadcast team is part of the people who are masked inside.
yeah, well, they would know it's not live. The people who work there would know it's not live. So I think that would include the guy who's recording the rescue mission. So like they would all know that it's not a live recording. I
The
would
people inside,
assume
yes.
I would assume that the people who are watching the broadcast, the people at home, they probably don't know.
Okay, what about the police?
Sprinks, is there a difference if they did or did not?
I think so. That would show a ploy that they know time has passed and this isn't live, so V's not actually talking right now. There's a plan going on, which explains the whole getting the costume, the mask, and all other people, gagging the one guy, like all that time. But if they know that ahead of time, that would make more sense going in thinking like, oh, when this ends, he's going to be sitting right there at the desk because it was live. But everyone in the studio knows that because the disc was put in. I don't think any word got out that anyone outside the studio knows that.
What they do know is he had to have gone in there to either record in person or upload, drive, disc. He ended up using a disc. You'd have to be in the room regardless. They just don't know the state of him, I guess.
True, but if it's a pre-recorded, then the time allotted during the whole time is other events are going on.
Yeah, but they don't know any timetables, so they take it at the pace they take. I don't think they'd go at it slow.
Okay, I don't think they'd go at it slow either, but I think they would be more than just the one door. I mean, I think it's kind of dumb if the broadcast room only has one door for an entrance and exit, but they don't like secure other areas or anything.
Well, also they weren't responding to this as a threat. They were kind of here for Evie, and then it just happened upon this, which is why they had such quick response time, as V was referring.
True, because they're already here.
So they didn't have like a whole tactical squad to take down a terrorist.
Do you think the broadcast room only had one door for entrance and exit?
Lack the evidence. Practically, probably not, but we don't see other.
If
Okay.
they're
Because
on
then
it,
it brings up
it
what?
doesn't change anything if there's a second door. They would both
It
burst
changes
in
a
at the
little.
same time. No, they would both burst in at the same time. The room is covered in smoke, and they find multiple masked people. So there's not really much that would change in the scenario where there is multiple entrances.
There would just be less people at one door because they'd have to split up. But it's hard to say. Maybe they did do that because we didn't see any other doors.
Yeah, that's true. So bottom line is, I don't think it changes much, but yeah, there's no evidence saying that there isn't or is another door.
I think there's only one door, which I think is dumb for the floor plan, but works in the story of what's being shown.
So instead of it being a Schrodinger's nebulous answer, there's two doors and one door at the same time. What makes you definitively state it's one door?
V only sealed up one door. All the fingermen and police are to break down one door and not split up to other entrances and exits.
But how do you know that?
Because it's not stated. It's not even shown. And when they break into the room, they're only breaking in from the one angle of the room, and everyone in masks is hurtling coming to that door. They're not going anywhere else. And that's V's also exit, which I guess is coincidental, but like his exit plan is that one door that he did seal itself, which kind of goes into knowing that there was only going to be one exit unless he had a plan, like if they never got through that door, where is he going to go?
Oh, he wasn't expecting them to be there yet. So this was kind of just a backup plan.
Right? So if they never bust through that door because he put sealant in it to like block it up, how is V getting out of that room?
Well, he still probably would have released the hostages and stuff. I mean, he could have actually just walked. He walked in with a mask on, so I think he could have just walked out probably.
How?
If he wasn't
Remove the sealant from the door?
Sure. Or there's another door. I don't have the evidence yet for that.
I see. Okay. My scenario we can't give a question to because there's too many variables.
I'm in the nebulous as we don't have enough information to discern.
I'm also in the nebulous, just for clarification, because I know the question's going to be coming at me.
And with the whole sealing the door thing, I'm trying to remember the timeline on if he heard police activity doing that or not.
I don't know, but he had the sealant on him.
I mean, he obviously had a backup plan in the works regardless. Well, I'm not going to say obviously, but it appears to be.
Okay. Well, I'm on one door.
All right. I'm on Schrodinger's door.
I will jump to Evie when she delivers the packages to the showgirls, and they pull the mask. They pull out Guy Fawkins, Guy Fawkes, Guy Fawkes, the mask. And I like Evie's reaction because she puts together immediately that something's about to go down. She's not sure what's about to go down. She's just sure something is about to go down.
Is it convenient that she works at this place?
No.
How come?
I think V knows of Evie before they met.
I'm
Why?
kind of leaning that way too. I feel
Because of
like
Gordon.
he's marked her specifically especially since he utilizes like her ID later on and other things like that. He's definitely making use of her. And if we're gonna go with the whole, has a lot of the heads of state under surveillance and the propagandists, and he would know. Uh, God damn it, Mycroft. I think he would know Stephen Fry's character. I think if we're gonna go with the route that has tons of information and surveillance on them, I wouldn't put it past me for him to discover the connection with Evie in some form to then have her as a mark. That's kind of what it comes across as a little bit. I do think it's otherwise it is a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence that really causes a big problem outside of his choice to take her at the end.
Well, if she was just like a mailman, and then he does this whole news thing, he gets captured or killed. Kind of important that she's here.
Oh, I think he can get out of that situation.
Maybe, maybe not. We don't get that tested.
I mean,
Do you
they're gonna
think
gun
V's
in a
wearing
metal
the
hat,
bulletproof vest at all
so
time?
I
It would
mean,
be the
I
smart
would be.
You
Okay.
strike me as a smart guy.
Okay, he can get out.
Yeah, the only thing that changes is the scene where the detective holds him up. Evie doesn't bust him out; he busts himself out, and the detective dies. Presumably, dies.
I mean, there are still variables in play. Like, what if he got shot in the neck by the detective? Or the eye hole, the Batman angle. He still gets blood shot out of him later with his bulletproof vest on. So
Yes, shocker. He does die.
yeah.
So
He's not 100% bulletproof. But I'd say he'd have a high chance of escaping.
okay. Look at my notes. Oh, at 2009, there's a part where the chief inspector is kind of by the security maintenance guy by the elevators, who's no longer there and he's alone. And the chief inspector looks at the TV. That is a fake shot, and I didn't quite like it. Both the inspector on the right with a kind of like over the shoulder close and the television, which is far away from him on the left, are both in focus.
Oh, so you're saying it's a composite image?
Yes. And it stands out because nothing else is. I get it.
Yep.
Looks cool, but it doesn't work naturally.
It's like it works in isolation, but in terms of technique, it's not amazing.
Let's go to writer.
I like that the detectives are competent. Like they go to Evie's place, and then that's what kind of brings them to work. So they're running down their information, and I guess I like to see the that there is a degree of intelligence, I guess, on the people trying to investigate who V is, and also
I
Evie.
agree. I feel like a lot of the people in this are pretty competent.
Yeah.
They don't feel like fake people.
Yeah, it just makes V, because everybody comes across as competent. It makes V look even smarter when he gets out of situations.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of his escapes don't feel cheap.
Yeah. There is one that feels like a cheap entrance.
Which one?
Pretty much at his last fight.
Where he just walks in.
Okay.
Does he walk? He just appears. They'll just turn and he's there. I was trying to think, like, did he come out of a manhole cover?
Popped out of the ceiling, dropped right in front of him.
Maybe, I don't know. It was a Batman approach.
Certainly.
I mean, it is the long November, so.
Yes. Let's go to Crimson.
Okay. I'm trying to find where we are because the popcorn has kind of bounced around a little bit around.
We're like a
We
little
have
bit
the
past the newsroom, I think, at this point in terms of our linear part of it.
yeah. They they have the whole speech about words have power and who's to blame for the censorship, the people in power. It's just more building upon, I think, the intro bit, the narration of the world building. I think they did a good job keeping it consistent, so as a viewer, you don't forget it, and it doesn't. I don't think they do it to the point where it gets too repetitive or beating over the head. I think they do it just enough.
Yeah, I
I
would agree with that.
think so. Sure.
Because there's a portion in this that I don't feel is well paced. I guess it's kind of overacting, so I'll just say it. But the uh, detective, who's name I'm blanking on Finch, um, he's he's pretty spaced out through the film. But then there's this huge segment where he's just gone. It's predominantly when she's in lockup or getting tortured or whatever. But pacing wise, it just feels like, all right, what's he doing now? Where's he at? When he's been so consistent, like every 5 minutes or so, he gets a scene of
Okay.
him investigating.
How long do you think Evie was locked up?
In universe timeline.
Yes.
It's hard to say. Her hair doesn't grow back, so there's that. And an issue I have with continuity is her like forehead injury from the the fingers in the beginning still looks like a fresh wound by the end, and by then it's been a year.
Yeah, it's too small, I think, to scar. But
So it's cool that they tried to maintain continuity, but I think they overplayed continuity with that injury. But the hair doesn't grow unless he keeps it shaven while she's in there. But they don't really establish that, so I don't really don't know. More than 4 days because you got the food and stuff that's been shown in the different days with the notes.
okay.
And you?
Um, maybe a little over a month.
Writer, any speculations? Because I don't think they confirm any time frame at all
They
really for
don't.
it.
No.
It could be anywhere from a week to a month or to a year. It's not a year, but
If she doesn't get her hair reshaped.
well, like I said, I don't see no reason why that he couldn't do that. So I don't necessarily need to be shown him doing it to her again to infer that it's something he could do to her again.
Not that you could, but to show time.
Hmm.
And that's something I think is missing. I would like to see during the montage of losing hair, reading note, taking shower, reading note, a second haircut. I think would be nice.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Because without it, it could come across that this is a week.
Yeah, certainly possible without the confirmation of a haircut.
It does go into how long do you think they would keep someone not giving them information?
Well, it's very important information, so I think they would keep them for as long as they can until they break them.
But Evie doesn't break. That's why I'm thinking a month.
I got no framework.
I also have no framework. I anywhere between a week and a month. It's pretty much would be my best guess for it all.
Yeah. Reason I bring it up is to go with your initial point there, Crimson, on Finch, of pacing. Because if it's been a week, then it's fine not covering from a week. If it's been 6 months, then yes, that's a lot of detective work that's just completely missed.
Which is why I'm saying it is an issue that it's not even hinted at the time frame. I feel like it is something that should be defined. I think the absence of it in of itself is an issue. feel like it's important enough to actually establish at least a hint of time.
I don't think I'm there with that as you are.
Well, why, I guess.
I don't think Finch's point of view is as important as Evie's.
Well, I don't think we have to jump back to him. Like you said, if it's 6 months, it's an issue. If it's a week,
It,
not
if it,
so much.
I think it's 6 months on an issue for Finch. If when going back to him, nothing has changed. But if he's like, we've been at this for this much time and we haven't found any more leads or anything, then that's an explained line to it. But going back to him after this whole Evie bit, I'm fine with on a shorter time frame because then nothing is shown that's really missed.
That's what I'm saying. There is no small timeline or big timeline. We don't have a timeline. This goes to your door thing, actually.
Yeah, I'm sticking with the month because there's no time of anything really outside of it. Like it's a year after the broadcast to the next November 5th, but there's nothing really shown of any dates or any significance of anything else happening. There's no like New Year's going off. There's no uh, other holidays happening or parades or like the chancellor's birthday celebration. Like nothing else is happening in between here and there to give dates of times of things.
And we know at one point there was 347 days.
Yeah, I didn't do the math on that, but that's one way if you do 365 from November 1st to see where that conversation then is having place of how many days the chancellor says are mistakes.
I guess my final point, because I don't want to keep grilling on it, is why are you choosing the month instead of saying it's a flaw that it doesn't even hint towards it being a shorter timeline?
This is all in regards to the perspective of Finch, right? That's your case in point on it?
He's a byproduct, yeah.
Then I'll have it classified as a nitpick. But being that Finch and Dominic never touch on things that have gone over the time that the audience perspective is on Evie, that it was either not relevant or nothing to do with the case, even though Chancellor said this is the only case for you to work on. So I think because of that and no leeway over this time, even though the case isn't finished, that not a lot of time has passed because he is a competent detective and he is getting to places and cases to get closer and closer to the answer, that there wouldn't make sense for a time jump of nothing occurring without V's actions for him to get leeway. I think there's enough shown that he is getting 2 points of understanding and solving things without V's doing. And the less time of that, the more understanding it is for Finch in his timeline of getting to there versus a huge jump where it does feel a whole break of his character going back to him then for the audience perspective of Finch to see that he's still going on and nothing's changed in that time. No new cases, no new leads, no nothing. So my big strength though is that Evie's point of view is more important than his, and this whole torture bit being captured is very important for her and onto V of the reason why it's happening. And I think that overtakes all of it for Finch's absence in the story.
Ryder, I guess your thoughts before closing this chapter.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about it, marinating on what you said about Finch feeling out of place, I guess, or at least
Oh, he's feeling a lot.
at least you brought it this as far as pacing. It was the issue, at least with this section of the film.
Mm.
I usually I don't. The only thing of relevance that would come up was probably if the time skip was larger. So I don't have an issue with the pacing because it's not relevant to the story of what's going on otherwise. So I don't have a pacing issue. Finch was always a Finch was always a secondary character, at least for me. We do spend a lot of time with him because he's helping to expand the world building, and we're getting clues as to who V might be through him and stuff like that. but most of his scenes are building up other characters rather than himself. Like the Creedy line of like your mother was Irish. That builds him a little bit. So there. It's not that he's not a character. It's not that he isn't a character. It's just that he's not as relevant to the story.
Which brings up a question for me then onto Crimson. Crimson, do you think Finch is a main character?
Well, we have what, 3 POVs in this, right? You have V, Finch,
Well,
and Evie. You get
then you
little
also have,
segments of the victims
yeah, you have the
before
doctor.
the character enters in. I wouldn't call them main focus characters. But Finch, he goes through a whole journey through this of uh, his identity crisis with his loyalty. Does he trust V? Does he not trust V? Or does he trust his government more or less than he did before? I do feel like he goes on quite a journey through this
Yeah, I'm not
as a
saying he isn't
character.
a main character. Sorry if I did. I didn't mean it that way. I
Oh, you
mean
said he was a
more.
secondary character.
Yeah. I'm yeah, exactly. I meant more that he's kind of the third in the roster, so he's not the main focus. A lot of his scenes is to build up other characters, but he does have a journey. Like I'm not going to deny that.
Oh, this movie isn't called F for fascist.
It's not E for Evie.
Well, that would be a
It's
silly name,
Vendetta.
just E for Evie.
Yeah. So I guess yes, Sprinks, and your questioning, I do view him as a
The
part
main
of the
character.
main.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there's more than 3 main characters?
No. I think everyone else is a side character. Even the Chancellor. He's the main bad guy, but he doesn't have a presence to be a main character, I think.
Okay. Oh, that
And
helps with
yourself,
that.
I guess, to answer that question.
I do not think Finch is a main character. No. I think V and Evie are the main characters.
Fair enough.
Let's go to writer for the next point.
Alrighty. So I like the detectives reviewing the footage of the breakout from the news when they watch V kind of stand over Evie. So obviously we're learning. It's interesting to show that we're kind of sorry, I'm getting too wordy. It's interesting to show the perspective of the detectives doing their work to reveal the information to the audience that Evie was taken by V, and we get a little bit of their perspective on V as well. It's a small scene that I really like. They realize that V was contemplating leaving Evie behind, which is a nice little note that I like.
Yeah, I like that as well. We talked about how competent they are, and I do have a question pertaining to their cover up, or it's not a full cover up, but the footage of them gunning down V and saying he's dead, and it was just some other person, the guard. Um, would it was that the wise choice when they know he's still out there? Because all he would have to do is publicly come out and say, "Yeah, your government just lied to you. I'm still here."
They could cover it with a copycat killer, but it
Maybe
is to
that's
calm the public.
Yeah,
yeah.
they
I
don't.
think the
They
best
just
would
want.
just be like they went in to help and shots were fired. Still waiting on reports on anything. Like
But that's still going to keep the public in a stir and a panic.
sure, but something that's so easily counterable, I feel, might outweigh the risk of that.
Well, considering that this guy also just asked for like everyone to meet up again on the next 5th of November in the evening, he's
Yeah, after blowing up
directly
a building.
he's directly calling out like a mass organization in the sense of like just on the behalf of the people. I think saying that he's dead would dampen that.
So, to that angle, the reward is worth the risk of him coming out.
Well, yeah, because they could just at that point they could just claim as a copycat. And obviously, it would be more. I assume it would be more difficult for him to break into BTN and announce his return.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have gotten rid of the emergency broadcast system.
Yeah. Or at least added variation onto it. I forgot to say that another little detail I liked during the break-in was the the BTN guy on the phone with the chancellor explaining like that's how you designed it. It's designed for this. We can't break into it, you know.
And he was never seen again. Not true. But that would be kind of fun little background for it.
Maybe something. A weird thing to me. Why does a network station have fog machines?
Or guest appearances? I don't know.
Or guest appearances?
Well, I mean, if it works like any other studio, right? There's different levels where they film different things. Though I have no idea why the fog machines would be in the news studio specifically.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. I'm like,
So them being in the
I've
building
never
makes
seen a
sense,
fog
but
machine used on the news. So I get and V didn't place them there. They were already in that room. So yeah, that's a nitpick I have. It's a cool visual that when they enter, it's all foggy. They can't really see. All these people wearing masks can't pick one out from the other. It's a visual aid to all that, which I think looks really cool. But the function of them to be there to begin with is weird.
Well, I'll go with V's hideout or house. I think it looks pretty cool. Says a lot about his character before he just exposits it to Evie. I mean, the room just piles and piles of books. Get all the old art, music, anything. It's just
Shadow
a cool
gallery.
aesthetic. Yeah.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to go on with the artwork?
Are you leaning towards something or just a
I'm
general?
leaning that you're the art guy, and there's a lot of artwork for you to touch on if you have anything.
The God Save the Queen is funny.
Okay, well
I
that's
don't think it was
in
really
the
well
other
made.
one, but
I don't think it was very well made. Well, you just said her in general. The face isn't lined up properly, so I think that was actually a lazy piece. But that could be in their intention in the creation of it too, because we don't know the artist in the universe that made it. Could have just been some protester and not some actual professional artist. Who's to say?
I just know you're the biggest advocate I know about that shuttlecock art.
Klaus Oldenburg is the artist of the
Yep.
shuttlecock. So
Audience, let me inform you right now. Crimson just knew that. There was no pause, there was no break, there was no him looking it up. He
I
knew it.
didn't look that up. I knew it. Yeah. So I am a fan. And I guess I'll leave that there.
Okay, I just figured with a whole art gallery looking room that it would tickle your fancy.
I mean, I love that he's saving all the art. That's cool. I appreciate that. It speaks to a lot of what V's character is, and also how much the regime has been censoring. Like you can see, this is kind of emblematic of everything that they've gone to great lengths to try and censor.
Yeah,
I
a
do
real
find
monuments
it,
man.
Yeah,
find it interesting that they do save the stuff. They don't destroy it or anything.
Who?
The government.
Oh,
V stole it from a reclaimed vault. I think
that's
that's what they
true.
called it.
They
So
don't
it's
take the art
interesting
into
that they
like book
store
burning.
it.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the chancellor's like a big hypocrite. Maybe he likes looking at it, but no one else can. That's with like the butter and milk and all that.
rules for thee, but not for
Maybe.
me. That's definitely kind of what fascists do.
Too bad we
Dictators
don't
free
get much of the
themselves,
chancellor outside of
but
being
they
a
enslave
dictator.
the people. That's a line from the dictator.
Yeah. So, Ryder, you touched on it earlier about the footage of the detectives looking over of seeing V stand over Evie's body, and curious what he was thinking. Do they have footage of V picking up Evie and walking away?
Presumably they do. Or V just took out the camera after that.
That's one thing that happens but isn't shown is V picking up Evie, or I guess on the other hand, Evie picking up V.
At which point?
For what?
At the news station?
The news station, when the inspectors are looking over the footage of V standing over Evie, and they're like, "What's he thinking? What's he doing?" But then the next shot is Evie then in the shadow gallery. So V took her unconsciously there. Do they have footage showing V picking up Evie and taking her? Because they say, I think the last line before a cut in the scene is along the lines of something like, "Well, wherever he's taking her," or "She's with him now," or something like that.
I'm sure they have footage of him walking out of the building. Or, well, carrying her, walking with her, whichever.
Okay.
And this is a surveillance country at this point.
It is, but upon V breaking into the BTN, hopefully he knows that the security guard watches TV and doesn't look at the tapes at all when he overtakes them to just go static. But to me, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, he's shutting off the cameras. But I guess
I mean,
if they
it would
had
make
footage of
sense.
that camera wasn't taken down.
True.
So little odd. Unless they were set to a timer and were taken down for him to enter, so it wasn't shown that way, and he just appeared as he did, and then came back up or something. Just a way to hide him.
It could be. I don't know. It's hard to say because he had the escape plan, so he could have accounted for not getting all the cameras, and then them getting alerted. But they are earlier than he expected. Circles back to that point, I guess.
Okay. Oh, also, do you think fingermen just know how to defuse bombs?
This one does.
Does he?
He's lucky. He
That's
doesn't
the
even answer the question. Do you know how to defuse one? And then they cut away from that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just a guess. Well, educated guess, but because he's like about to cut like what, the green wire, and then changes it to the green one,
Yeah, the red one. Yeah.
the red one. Yeah, I don't think he's a bomb expert.
I don't think so.
probably not.
He's willing to die for his country.
Yeah, he's loyal. To be fair, I mean, if he didn't do this, there was a chance if the building was lost that Sutter was going to kill him anyway. I wouldn't put it past Sutter.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's either he saves the building or he loses his life.
Yeah.
Take the risk.
But as a
Let's
chancellor, he's not too bad. Because he gives
yeah.
his cabinet or his whatever lots of opportunities in this year. He doesn't.
Yeah, 347.
Yeah. So he's
Which
got
I'm
something.
off the top of my head, I'm gonna guess it's somewhere in September. Maybe
47,
October.
65.
The 5 is November, so
Right.
60 to 47, that's October something. Was that October 13th?
October 30th.
No, there's
Thursday,
31.
October 31st.
Right, Batman. No, that's one more added, so that's the 14th. October 14th? I think.
There's no Halloween here.
Well, maybe they don't
Not
celebrate it, but
Ash.
31st
I
is
don't
still
know.
a day.
I don't know if people go out
does
wearing
England
like
does?
masks and costumes. I don't think the regime's gonna vibe with that. To be honest with you,
No.
Does England do Halloween? I don't even know the answer to that.
they do actually.
Cool.
Didn't get any Christmas in this film either.
No, as I said, like from the 5th to the 5th, there's no like holidays showing anything.
Yeah, I guess that adds a little bit more to the world. I would be interested to see what a holiday would look like under the regime if it's very, very structured or altered.
Well, if you recall from the retirement home, the big poster or the big like face of the chancellor above the TV.
I do. I recall that.
So I think their holidays are maybe a little north of the border of Korea, if you know what I'm talking about.
Nice. This is north of the border of Seoul. It should be a little more subtle.
This really makes me want to sing a Katy Perry song for some reason.
Moving on. Moving on. Let's go to writer.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump to. I love the breakfast scene between V and Evie when she wakes up in the hideout. Uh, or the not right after she wakes up, but I think it happens the second time when she's getting used to being there a little bit more.
Yes, when V's in the apron.
Yes, I just the imagery of that is really funny, but also you get to see it's the first clue as to what's happened to V when you see the hands. And I'm happy that V, and well, I'm happy that Evie brought it up, and that V immediately chooses to cover his hands up. So he's, I want to say, almost shy about it, but also because he doesn't want to, make her feel uncomfortable. So there's a couple layers that go into the scene.
I'm
Uh,
glad he's not quick and like deer in headlights. Like he gracefully turns around to put on his gloves. It's
yeah,
not like he's caught off guard.
yeah, he forgot he was cooking, without his gloves on and stuff like that, which is, that's fair. And I love the whole scene too about how he steals from the train and he gives a little bit more history on how he means every word of what he said in the broadcast. So it's a very, very good scene. One of my favorites, I think, in terms of just the two characters bouncing off of each other.
Yeah, yeah. I've been trying to think like, is that something in V to take the gloves off around Evie? And I think it was just the point of this being brought up that she questioned it, made him put them back on for her comfort level. That's why he never removes them again. I think that's okay with me.
It could have been a test to see if she's comfortable with the idea.
Could be.
But also maybe he realized he doesn't really want to talk about it, which is also fair. Because we know he's not in that suit 24/7. He's just wears it predominantly.
Yes, I mean we see that he doesn't wear it all the time. I don't mean when he's naked in the fire, but when he's like the fingerman
Yeah,
who takes Evie, or is the guy in the suit.
he's pretending to be the shadow government of the regime.
Yeah, or William Rockford.
But yeah, he seems kind of private about that, and he might not, be used to sharing the house yet at that point, which is why he quickly covers his hands again. Quickly in quotes. He gracefully covers his
Yeah.
hands again.
Yeah, that's what I'm deciding on. Yeah.
I think again, it's a nice little quirk to his character.
I like the editing choice that when V is looking over Evie's body in the BTN when she's unconscious, it abruptly cuts to a special news report to go over what happened.
Yeah.
I like just how abrupt it is. It's very fitting for the intent of what it is doing, but also the meta sense of onto the audience of the film. That's the pace.
Breaking news and pace everywhere.
I like that in the editing.
Yeah. One of my kind of in a little bit ahead, but the scene where the commander is murdered in the bathroom. There's a lot of things I like about this scene. It's convenient that he can just walk in, but I think they do a good job excusing that away with Evie's ID card. That being said, uh, I like how intimidating V is in the scene. And then when the detectives are there after he's dead, I like the shot of the mirror which is displaying the body while the detectives are talking with the BTN guy.
Yes.
I guess
I
I have.
was. Oh, go ahead, Crimson.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. I guess I have two questions. The uh, do you think he would ask for the ID? I guess is one. That's the quick, easy one. Yes, no.
Uh,
No.
I, I mean, no, I don't think he would. At least not yet. Once Evie pledges to help him, quote unquote, he might have done it then. But even then, Evie at that point is dressing up to try as a means of escaping.
Right. And question two is: do you think they would have deactivated her badge or her
I think
credential?
after this, yes.
I feel like before this too. I mean, they were already
I feel like
investigating her for
I feel like
colluding.
they should have beforehand, yes, but they didn't have the means.
Didn't have the means. I feel like they do have the means.
This is gonna get really weird. So, my understanding of fascistic infrastructure is you don't really fall out of line and do anything outside of your own what's it called? It's not purview. Purview is the wrong word, but you don't do anything of your own volition. You are always
To the
told what
status
to
quo.
do. So I can buy that being a detail being forgotten until this point. Because they wouldn't, it's not the inclination to do something on your own ambition or volition typically, because you don't want to step out of line and accidentally do something wrong. Um, but that's kind of hard to quantify in a terms of it not being a potential convenience for the story. It's just historically that's been the trend, and I'm not sure I can apply that lens to this fully. Um, so I'm kind of this is weirdly something I'm 50-50 on. I can buy they wouldn't deactivate it, but in this I kind of want a little more reason as to why it hasn't happened yet. Like there could be a level of bureaucracy, like it's buried under all the files of that they need to go through that week. That's just a small menial task they have to do that's then elevated because of the murder that's used with the ID. I think I can buy into that as an inference or an excuse, but yeah, so I'm 50-50 on it.
And if they just had a line of, "Why wasn't her badge deactivated?" "Well, I didn't get the approval, sir," or something.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
waiting
a,
on approval.
it's an easy fix, I think, to avoid the convenience factor of it.
Because they were already investigating her. They had him taking her. So I think that's enough for the society to be like, okay, they're colluding. So I think that's enough. So I guess
Um,
for my final point is I am going to, on my objective, listed as an issue.
I will have it listed as a issue under convenience. I don't think I have a subjective issue with it, I guess, because I think my historical lens is probably going to fall under more my study of fascistic governments is probably going to fall under more of a subjective.
Okie dokie.
You were going to say something before my 2 points makes?
Oh yeah, whatever the heck that mashed potato stuff on the ground was by the dead bodies, because it's not a towel, and I didn't know what it was, and I think it was explained, but even still, there's a nitpick to it.
I can't picture towels or mashed potatoes. So what's the explanation for this thing?
I think it's the poison, an effect of the poison that kills them. Is like vomit or something.
At least for
It's
this person.
possible.
First two that are shown have it. The doctor in the bed does not.
Her poisoning was pain free. I'm sure he wanted the others to feel pain.
Oh, so different forms of poison.
Yeah, that would be my guess, because he doesn't specify the poison is like pain free until at least only with the doctor is it specified.
Is it going to hurt? No. But I feel like he would want to hurt the other guys. Also, he did poison her before her whole monologue, so maybe he wouldn't have cared at that point.
Yeah. I don't know if he'd make a specifically different poison just for her. I feel like it would be the same for all of them. They just, like, if it doesn't feel pain for any of them, it doesn't. But she doesn't have this vomit or foam or whatever it is that the other two have.
I mean, he could have, because he's pretty good at reading people, he could have seen that she was rooted in good intentions before she said it plainly. Or he could have read her diary before injecting her. Don't know. So I could kind of buy it being two different poisons. Because the other kills were very like confrontational and aggressive. Here he's very measured and restrained and calm with her.
Sure. Okay. It is possible, yes. And writer?
Oh yeah, I think it's different poisons.
Okay.
I buy into that just because of how different he acts between his kills. He still wants to kill her, but he doesn't. It's not out of pure rage when it comes to her.
Right. The commander's, I guess, shower room. Very fancy.
Oh
Very
yeah.
fancy place. Why does he have like a shelf of like orange suited dolls?
It's his thing. I have no idea.
He has.
Maybe the represented people he killed. I have no idea.
I don't remember the dolls, so I'm just gonna shrug.
Okay, it was very weird. I don't know if it was to look creepy or off putting or something. I just didn't get the purpose of why they're in a bathroom. And the detectives don't point it out, so they're just odd.
Yeah, I don't know what they represent.
Okay. Let's go to, oh boy, writer. Because I think that was correct. Yeah.
I love the fact that V is a fan of Edmond Dantes. One of my little favorite French like stories that I. So, yeah, the whole scene with him, it being his favorite movie. Edmond Dantes' stories is about revenge. Yeah, it's not a it's they're not subtle about him emulating his favorite hero, which I'm totally fine with. And I like that he again another little the character bit is he feels a little uh put out's not the word, but like embarrassed when he's caught playing with his sword, fighting a knight. It's just tiny things like this that humanize V without us ever having to really see his face.
Do you think we need to see him or know how he got his fighting capabilities? Because what we know of his past is he didn't remember who he was before the experiments. He uh, gets burned. Now he's out here making bombs and stuff, and sword fighting with a non-moving knight.
That metal friend.
I would like to see it, but I don't think it's needed. So subjectively, yes, I would love to see it. Objectively, I don't think it's a problem.
I don't think it's needed either. I don't think this needed to be League of Assassins Batman level, and I take it more in the vein of like Agent 47 training.
I guess my point on it is, I guess I'll label it as subjective preference. I don't think it's objectively required, I guess.
Okay. I'll jump to a bit of the music I really liked, which was during Ryder, as you said, one of your favorite scenes of the breakfast of when the focal point is talking about Evie's past and who her like what she's done and her mom and like her mom died. The whole morning bit to that is this calming jazz playing in the background, a little more uplifting familiarity, like between the two of calming happiness kind of sense. Upon the news of the death of the mom, the music stops. It's still playing, but it like dims down, and then it's silence of V being apologetic towards it. And then it changes the view from Evie's topic to V as a topic now, and original soundtrack comes over that to give a more intense score for the vocal point onto V, and I thought it was very nicely smoothed.
Edited and all a bunch
Well
of stuff.
composed.
Yeah.
As a whole.
I agree.
And in terms of composition of like film elements, lighting, shot, music, I think this movie as a whole does pretty well with that.
There's one that stands out to me that's dated, or actually maybe not even dated, just not that much credit into or effort.
You want to throw it out there? Or you holding it till it's relevant?
I can throw it out because we're doing popcorn. The CGI usage of blood.
Like the slow-mo blood stuff?
Yeah. Very computery, goopy, looks like Shark Boy and Lava Girl lava stuff.
How harsh. But I get
I mean, on the level of like CG blood, right? So you have Shark Boy and Lava Girl. You have 300, assuming you've seen 300, and then this. Where is that on this? Like, is this better than what happens in 300, or is this worse?
I haven't seen 300, so
Me
unfortunately.
neither. It's on my list though.
It's fair enough.
All right, what's a movie with good blood?
With good blood or like abundance of fake blood?
Well, it sounds like you're going from a scale here, right?
Well, I mean, I want to focus on CG blood because that's far more into the vein of this.
Oh,
Were
So
you
it's a
saying
movie
this-
with good
100
CG blood.
was good or bad?
I would say it's stylized.
Okay.
So I
What
lean.
about like Spider-Man's drop of blood from the ceiling?
ooh, that's a good one.
And that's what, 3 years before this came out?
Yes.
There's not really a spray with that though.
No, but when it drops, it looks very gloopy.
It has heft and a
It's
drop.
gloopy.
What about the Hulk blood drop from the Into
That
the
looked
Ring?
good.
Took
That
a
took
year to
over a year to make. Yeah,
You sure?
that looked fine.
I actually think this blood looked better than the Hulk one.
I disagree. The Hulk one looked better.
I know they
But
worked.
again, you
I
weren't
know they
big on the
worked.
Hulk one.
I know that you worked a year on it, but I do think this is better.
I think this
it's
is too.
definitely comic booky. Like it definitely feels
It
like
is.
fake, but I think in
No,
terms
like
of the
if you
stylization, I think it works.
took a still frame, it does look like comic book look, but I think it's too vibrant when it's used. It's in dark shots, dark scenes, and it's too bright. I think it's too
stylized.
glooped.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also too glooped together. It's very clumped.
I guess whenever we watch 300, I'll bring this topic up again because I'm curious. Because like, I don't want to discredit their choice here because I think it looks good for the stylizational choice. So I'm curious to see what you'll think of 300 if ever you watch it.
Yeah, I think the blood is stylized. Obviously, the knives are when it's in the slow mo and you get like
The kind of the shimmering glow
Well,
lines behind them.
what number is this episode? 163? 162? Something like that?
something, yeah, in the 60s.
Okay, we're over halfway there. We're almost at 300.
But
Are you foreshadowing?
Maybe. I don't know. Wouldn't that be fitting?
That would be good. I can't wait till we get to room 1408.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
yeah, I can't wait till we get to 17-1 to go on the Enterprise.
Or what was it? Oh, shoot. What was that movie called?
I can't wait to get to
3000
10,000 BC.
10,000 BC. Is that what I'm thinking? The saber tooth on like the pyramid?
10,000 BC, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, audience, we're getting there. I'm
Yeah.
saying, when we get to 10,000, I think we'll be dead.
What about what is
Yeah.
it? What was it? 30? What was that Adam Driver movie with dinosaurs on past Earth? Was it like 33
Oh,
million?
65.
65?
65 something. We already passed that. Oops. Guess we got to
65.
loop back around.
2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
3001 Space Odyssey.
2012. Ton of movies. Just numbers.
One.
Anywho,
Yeah, I'll drag us back to V for Vendetta. One thing I do like, is generally speaking, normal people can see through bullshit pretty easily. So I like that there are, especially for Evie as well, who works at the BTN. Whenever she gives a fake story, she has a quirk that this particular like news anchor does, and Evie would know that. And then obviously we have the comment with her half conversation she has with her other coworker before she has to go make coffee, and they're like, "This is just such." They make a comment like, "This is just such bullshit, isn't it?" So you get the underlying sense that people don't fully buy into the propaganda, but they really don't have any reason to not watch it.
I mean, what are they going to
yes.
do? They're only one person.
Exactly. For now.
You let one ant stand up, they'll all stand up.
Yeah.
Hopper, you have no power.
Great movie.
Way
I
ahead of
hate
its
all the
time.
Bugs Life slander. I hate it. It's such a good movie.
Yeah.
There's so much, and people are like, it's a forgettable Pixar movie. Out of your freaking mind.
Yeah.
No way.
Bug Life is really good.
A beautiful butterfly.
Definitely better than Toy Story 4.
Better than ants.
Wow.
Sorry, Sinister.
Well, very different. One's way more of a comedy.
But yeah, no, Bug's Life is definitely the entry point from like you go from that to something like this or Andor, and you get to like, oh, I see what I'm picking up what they're putting down now.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy here.
Yeah.
Except that was targeted for children or a general audience. Things like this aren't.
Yeah, look, start young. You gotta teach the kids young that democracy is important. Okay.
When the detectives like Inspector and Dominic, because that's what I wrote his name as, go to check on the guy. Yeah, go to check on the guy who they know is connected to Lark Hill, and they're trying to get records, and he goes, "Oh, look it up," and he responds. The inspector responds with, or Finch, of all records were either like missing or obstructed or destroyed or something, and with that comment, he goes, "What I have here." The statement is given was that like they were chaotic times back then, and they did their best, and that's all they have to say on that. Was making me think, do you think, because it isn't shown, is V responsible for the Lark Hill documents lost? Or do you think that was the Chancellor?
I think that's his chance of just covering it up.
I can buy either. I think I feel like V is targeting the people related to Lark Hill so they don't reveal who he is, because they're the only ones who could have a clue. But also I could totally buy the Chancellor doing the cover up, because it's a very, very, they essentially had a concentration camp to experiment with test subjects. By the way, the Valens of World War II did this. They do test like diseases and drugs on them and stuff like that too, because they wanted to induce a pandemic that killed like 20,000 people in order to help facilitate their control. So I can easily imagine the government wanting to cover that up. But V would also contribute to doing that too. So there's motives on both ends.
Yeah, Finch said it was around 100,000 people that died due to the.
Oh yeah, I heard the number 20,000 from. I think it was a highly specific area. So all of the deaths added together were probably.
Yeah, there was 3 separate places that.
Yeah, one of them was 80,000.
Yeah.
Just on the article. So
okay. Yeah, and it wasn't just concentration camps and human testing; it was on their own citizens, which would be even worse if put out in the public.
I mean, okay. I mean, to give fairness to the villains of World War II here, they were citizens. They just made sure to take their citizenship away first before they put him in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, black bag.
Guess if you're gonna give some credit.
They tested on their citizens. Don't discredit them. They were evil.
Nah,
Yeah, they were kind enough to give him showers. That's where
Boo.
on that.
Boo. Oh, that's so dark. Okay.
Did either of you question how Evie's getting clothes? Since she can't leave.
they were reclaimed from the vault.
Cool. Ryder, your answer?
I can imagine V brings her clothes. I can see him sneaking out to get her luggage or something, but I don't really have an answer. They're not clear about that. She just has outfit changes.
All right.
You really didn't like my vault.
Kristen, I'm a little sick over the devil advocate when you don't have an answer. Just all right.
The most likely thing is V went and got her clothes.
Her own clothes or some clothes?
Unknown. Can't tell.
Unknown,
Okay.
but the same. But the end result is the same. She got her clothes.
Because I'm like, she's not wearing the same clothes all these scenes. So unless they're supposed to be like Valerie's clothes that V just has.
That would be weird.
Well, he has a whole shrine to her. So
Where would he track down her clothes?
I don't know. He's like a big fan of her. He might have her clothes.
He might just be that. Well, I guess okay. Never mind. I was gonna. He could be that crazy. And then I was thinking about. I remember this whole. I don't remember the late night show that did it, but they had a whole heist episode on Russell Crowe trying to get back his gladiator costume. It was a fun late night show.
Huh. We touched on it earlier a little bit, or I guess I did, bring up the guy who said who kept telling the detectives like check records until they said there are none, and then he gave his sense and that was it. How come V didn't kill him, since it's kind of implied there that he knew about Lock Hill?
That was something I was gonna bring up. I don't know. I feel like he would be on his list.
I mean, if the inspectors went to him knowing that he had something to do with Lock Hill, which is the reason they went to talk to him, how is he not on V's list? All I can think of is like, this is a guy who orchestrated like who goes where kind of thing, and was never actually a part of Lock Hill. Just knew like who was sent there and what to do things, and was like out. What's the word I'm looking for? Off-site. So he never actually had a connection to V or to do something to how V is the way he is.
I think even that would be enough involvement for V to make him a target. Like, if he didn't do his job, then it probably wouldn't have happened the same way.
Probably. But I don't know. I just I didn't get why that guy survived.
Me neither. Therefore, I have it as a problem or issue or whatever we're going to classify it.
We'll get there. I don't
A
know.
step above a nitpick.
I don't know why this season has been so adamant on trying to find that answer.
Well,
Like,
you brought it up, and now I feel
I
like
did,
have to
and now
define
it's-
it.
It's a
Yeah.
recurring theme until the recap. That's we wanted to give a through line the entire season to hear us complain about it.
A step above a nitpick for me.
Above an nitpick, below an issue, not a problem.
I think it's not a problem, but I can easily infer that during the long 5th of November that we're dealing with here, I totally fine with V killing him off screen during the year between the two November 5ths.
Yes, but I then have that being an issue when the inspectors are going over their list of like all the people connected are like V's list of connections, and he's not on it. And they're like, the last one is this woman who changed her name, and Finch is like, I just saw her.
Oh, they have the list a few times, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm
Yeah, but that would be lame if they've met this guy before alive, and then when they go back to that list, he's not on the list and he's dead.
What happened to the Major? We just met him.
yeah.
I don't know.
No idea what happened to him.
Oh, I do have that as a. Yeah, same with Crimson. Above a nitpick.
Seems relevant for his whole mission.
Yeah, it's a loose end.
Yeah. They've still had a nitpick because I don't need to see it. I can infer it, but I think it would have come up in one of the later detective scenes, even as a throwaway line.
Yeah, I'm fine if it happened off screen, but explain that it happened off screen.
Some acknowledgement.
Yeah.
So, quite a place for a bishop to have a gun.
Yeah, well,
I guess in this logic, it makes sense.
I wouldn't trust priests on the best days anyway.
On
Yeah,
the
especially
best
with like,
days.
sorry, Your Grace, this one's a little older. How old? That's up to you, Your Grace. It's like, okay.
It's the tone setter, isn't it?
Kind of got Punisher season 2 vibes a little bit.
Oh,
Wait.
a tad.
No.
Remember.
Wait.
Yeah,
That's season 1.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen season 2, so shrug.
Oh, so you're not a fan of Speed Limit? Oh, you'll get there.
Yeah, you'll get there.
I don't know what speed limit is, other than the one the rule is supposed to
Ledge
follow on the
gyro.
road.
Sorry, that's an inside joke.
Yes, it is.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right, so I guess we'll talk about the flashback of Evie, talking about her brother dying, and that's what caused her parents to go towards politics and rebellion, protesting, all that. And
The brother died of the St. Mary's virus, right?
Yes.
that was my read. Yeah, because later it's brought up. V says that the government killed him. Like, how to do that? I guess it would be linked to the disease thing, virus. I do find it a little janky, the implementation of the flashback of her just telling him, "I'm going to tell you my backstory so you understand what I'm going to do."
Yeah, they could have smoothed that over a little bit.
It's very blatant. So I guess that would be my complaint of it. But other than that, I think it does a good job.
Yeah, it works in the sense that it feels like Evie worked up to this, but more natural would have been, I think, the way to go as far as this conversation. I do, again, however, love the setup that they're going to do with the parallel with her hiding under the bed. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Still, probably my favorite two images in the film. Some of my favorite two images in the film is the juxtaposition.
Oh, I'm like, Evie under a bed is your favorite? Oh, okay. But
I appreciate the symbolism. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Where's Cat in the Hat?
no.
I believe we left that 63
No.
episodes ago.
You don't want to see those robotic legs kicking from under the bed.
No, I do not.
We've been kind of going through the film. I've skipped over a lot of my favorite quotes, but stealing implies ownership. You can't steal from the censor. I merely reclaimed them when referring to the art. I like that the people should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people line. Thumbs up. A lot of good quotes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah. V calls himself the ghost of Christmas past. And I went, oh boy. Why didn't I choose him?
There's your Christmas reference that was brought up.
Yeah. If that's supposed to be the hint that this death of the commander was done around Christmas. Very
Could
loose.
be.
Possible.
It's definitely possible.
Yeah.
but weak sauce.
Yeah, I also forgot to
Yep,
mention
weak sauce.
another little detail I thought that I quite enjoyed about that scene was the TV announcer quoting himself because he's full of himself while he's taking a shower. Little note that I quite enjoyed.
Yeah, he's quite a character for what little character we got out of him.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Why do the two of you think that Scarlet Carsons are extinct or thought to be extinct?
Um,
The
no,
roses?
Yeah.
I don't know why the government would go around killing flowers.
I this is completely headcanon because there's no guarantee, but what if one of the ways they spread the virus was I know it's not canon, but it'd be funny if they spread the virus on Valentine's Day. So they use
Oh,
the flower as a means of that, and that's why all the flowers are burned and made extinct, quote unquote.
well, what was Creedy doing in a greenhouse later in
Pruning
the film?
flowers.
Burning flowers?
Pruning.
Oh, pruning. Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was connected somehow to the roses.
Potentially, but if it is, it's a very loose thread that I don't understand.
Yeah, I have only symbolism for as to why they're extinct. I don't really have a like an in-world reason.
Okay.
The
I'm kind of the same.
Yeah, the symbolism is for the lost culture and lost beauty. Obviously, that's why they're extinct. Uh, yeah, it's just it's just very blatant. It's extinct because the soul of the people and their country has been lost.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was just curious by that because it's brought up by Dr. Diana. So, let's go to Crimson.
All right, let's go back to this priest. He was very excited about this new game, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. But
Everyone's got
we
their
have
kinks.
And he's just thinking with the
Surveillance
wrong head.
1. We have Surveillance 1 outside the building. And they heard his pleading for life, thinking it was part of the game, and then he's like, go kill me. Then they take action. Could they not have heard Eve's confession before that?
I
They
think
could have, but I don't think they picked it up.
they could have, but it's kind of implied they were patrolling the neighborhood and just happened to pawn the priest at that time of day.
But it looked like they were stationary. It didn't seem like they were doing a drive-by, because we do see that later of a surveillance van doing like a drive-by.
Well, I mean, they probably could have bought into the role playing excuse then if they were listening to the whole thing. So they could have heard the confession, and then as soon as the priest says, "Oh, I love this game. This is such a great idea," that then they could probably be like, "Okay, we're fine," until they hear the pleading.
Just weird that I guess the ears wouldn't be knowledgeable about the events.
Well, he's still quote unquote being a loyal citizen. He's helping save her from V or whatever in the role play that he was trying to say.
Well, if she's established to be the one that got kidnapped from the news station, why wouldn't they report that to snatch her and interrogate, which is what V has threatened her with?
Funny enough, my only interpretation of that is just the oversaturation that a fascist regime has to intake.
Okay.
That ties into
I
all
don't know
the like what I
that.
was talking about earlier. Just I can go through history stuff for this, but it's not really an objective reasoning.
Your thoughts on it, Springs?
Well, again, I said I don't think they were in view or in range to hear the confession. But if they did hear the confession, I think the same thing would have occurred where they would have gotten like invoked by it and gone up to go investigate, which is what they did upon the time. So I don't think much would have changed.
They potentially could have entered before V did.
Maybe, but V probably would have just still killed them all.
Probably. I don't know, it just seems like an oversight to me to have a surveillance vehicle outside this and then a character convey important information, but pass it off as if no one overheard it.
Well, how
But no one did
widespread is the fact within the regime that V is still alive? Because if the
Guess I'd have to
grunts
be
on the
interpreted.
ground can hear, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm sure these are not the two like minions that are working.
That are working what? What do you mean?
These are not the only two minions working the surveillance stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they call this surveillance 1. So that would mean that there's more than one.
Yeah, but London's pretty big.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and well, my opinion of this is like that surveillance is probably happening all across the country, even though this is primarily in London. So I'm fine if they're not told that V is still alive, so they could just buy into that being the role play or whatever.
True, since people are now seeing V as a symbol and graffitiing and doing things secretly around.
Yeah. And that does
So
tie into
what
the
level of effort?
oversaturation.
What level of effort do you think that they're putting in finding V then, if they're not even relaying to their own guys what to look for?
I don't know.
I assume that the black bags know to a degree, because Creedy would probably be running the back end of that investigation even before he arrives here. And then the police obviously operate during the day to investigate. So they have people on it, but they don't want to do a massive manhunt, because if they do a massive manhunt, that makes the regime look weak in a way. And a lot of the regime's power comes just from the idea of what they can instill. They can come up with propaganda maybe, but then you're adding complexity on top of complexity.
All right. I'll say there's enough gray for me not to label it as a problem.
Okay. Well, let's go to writer next.
I mean, I'll just go right to the Creedy arriving on the scene, because it's clear that this is starting to get out of hand now, because they've obviously lied about him still being alive and the police seem incapable of catching him. And no poison for the priest. That man was just straight up murdered, I think.
No, he had the same thing that happened to the commander. He had that bile, whatever, on the ground.
I don't remember the bile, but okay.
Yeah, that's why I found it
a little bit.
Odd that the commander and bishop had it, and then the doctor did not.
Okay, then yeah, I'm totally fine with that. As I said, but again, Creedy coming to take over some of the investigation now, and also deliver a warning to Finch, which is a good line.
Yeah, do your job better.
Yeah, essentially, do it better, or you're not going to have a chance to do it at all.
Yep. At 54:20, when I just wrote her down as Diana, but I know that's not her real name. That's the name she falsified to mask with. Which is funny and more masking. When she wakes up in her bed, and the shot is like her just like talking to the darkness, being like, "You're here to kill me," and V responds, and like a cloud parts for the moonlight to then show the lighting of the room change to show V on the other side of the room. by the mask reflection in the moonlight, I thought was awesome. That's not a natural shot. That they can't time that with a real cloud, but that's a really cool artificial way to show natural lighting.
I agree.
Also convenient timing, because it'd be weird if it did the moon shot and then she's like, "You're here, aren't you?"
Yeah, if he's just here, there, and able to be seen. I've been thinking about it. This might be my favorite scene in the movie.
Him in the corner.
Of just V
The toad.
killing the doctor. Yeah.
It's a good
I
scene.
like it too.
I approve of the scene. It's a good one.
Where it's like there's no pain, and she said thank you. It's like, you're gonna kill me. Killed you 10 minutes ago.
Just pure heart, honesty.
Without lies or deceptions.
And then soon after that, at 57:27, there's a meeting with the chancellor and the fingerman, and the chancellor's yelling at them like he normally does, but there's a small pan to the shot, and his eyes go out of frame. So it's just like the mouth of the chancellor talking at him. And I thought it was very interesting that the only thing being picked up by the chancellor are his words, which is a big thing. V saying, like, words are impactful, words are bulletproof.
Yeah.
Ideas can't be done, but actions and changes and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the chancellor in that shot is just to express words. And I think it's a one-time thing, because everything else of the chancellor is just his big head on the screen. You can see the whole head, but this one you don't.
Yeah, there is a lot of imagery when it comes to portraying fascist leaders and governments and media where you don't see the eyes, you just see the mouth, because the eyes are the gateway to the soul, so it implies that they're soulless. Star Wars is very effectively with the Emperor, obviously. Obviously, you eventually see his eyes and stuff like that, but you start out with only being able to see his mouth, and you're uh, the imagery resurfaces in Andor as well, and I think it also happens in the Great Dictator as well. So it's one of those just recurring themes that happens in art when you're talking about when you're inferring fascist governments. That's one of the things they do to kind of clue you into that they're not human. The idea in that sense.
Okay. And Crimson, any input from you on that?
Not necessarily. I have seen the depictions of like fascist dictators that writers describing of the concealment of the eyes. That's all I really have to add.
Okay. With that, let's go to writer.
All right. I will go ahead a little bit, which is actually I'm going to do a tiny note before I jump to my actual point. But I like they go to the tax records. The detectives go to the tax records because that's usually the surefire way to figure out things, and that's true. Thumbs up. Good detective work. The police aren't being idle. Um, but I like that Stephen Fry's character has his own little underground museum, so you can kind of draw the sort of like person that he is, even if they're obviously they're intentionally trying to draw parallels between him and V. Though V is obviously being a lot more expressive about his views, but Stephen Fry is kind of confirmation that maybe a lot more people feel this way. And it's just applying more pressure onto Evie, who's been running from that quote unquote fight for her whole life for her whole life. To know that even someone that she respected, their character is also doing essentially something very similar to what V is doing, just on a smaller scale, for personal reasons, being he felt discriminated against and how stuck to that, I guess, would be the interpretation to take away.
Sprinks, since you said this is mostly kind of like a first time viewing, like there was a lot you didn't recall, Did you ever think Gordon was going to turn her in?
No, I did not. I think Gordon was Evie being alone, no family, no real friends, really, no siblings. Gordon seemed the only person she had to trust on, and I thought with how kind he was and how much he went out of his own way for her, that he was there for her the entire time, and it would be evil. It would be evil unto him if he did turn her in to try to save his own skin or something because of the world. But I think that would give too much leverage into V to then convert Evie the way he wants to, which is like the only person then she could trust her who has been trustworthy to her has been V then, versus that also with Gordon.
And also another note with Gordon is I think the confirmation that he's not gonna turn her in is his little back room.
Do you think that they found the back room, the fingers, or that Gordon gave it up during an interrogation?
I can buy it either way. They found
It
it
was
during
pretty darn well hidden.
yeah. It's well hidden, but I imagine they would have turned the place over once he was moved out to taken into custody. And then if they didn't find it, they would have interrogated him and theoretically found it that way. If their interrogation was successful.
What do you think, Springs?
I I think they came across it and found it. I think because of them coming across, because they said, I think V said it, and I think I take it as V telling the truth, that they black bagged Gordon and they had him, but until they saw the, I forget the word of it, but the book, which is what
Quran.
they found, the Quran, that is what killed him.
Yeah, I believe V as well.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Let's go to Crimson.
The backstory for the doctor lady, the mortician, with Diana or whatever it was. I think they did a good job with conveying how gruesome it was. It was a little, I don't know, it's hard to say. Like the opening to her thing was she's excited for it and was curious if the subjects would feel differently if they knew what they were in for. And that's to bolster her 180 at the end of feeling like a terrible person for what she's done.
And she was in it for the science and then realized, oh, am I a baddie?
Yeah, are we the bad guys? Uh, but I wonder what would give it away. The pit full of bodies, where 75% of your subjects died doing something they didn't know what was happening.
It might have been a slow burn, you know? When because she might not have known fully that she was designing a disease. She might have been in it just for the science of it and then realized when she was, because remember, all those people are quote unquote criminals that she was experimenting on, as far as she knows, or people who had no idea who they
Yes.
were. So she could view this as a form of punishment. They were going to just rot away in prison anyway. So there is a way for her to justify that to herself until she realized what her work was used for, which was killing innocent people. Then that could have led to the switch. At least that's my reading of
Mm-hmm.
it.
I can buy it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Especially with the one shot of like her slightly questioning things and the commander giving the priest a tour and they're like in the know walking by her and
Yeah.
she's confused on the matter of it. I think that explains right there that they intentionally knew the purpose of what was going on and she was kept in the dark.
Yeah. I think she fully intended to leave the journal. Like she kept the journal so that one day when V finally came for her or whoever else, Justice, they would have access to all her records through her journal and her perspective of what was going on. So if they don't abdicate her, she at least tell us the truth of what was going on.
Yeah.
Is it convenient that she ended up being the mortician for um, Finch's reaction?
I would
Slightly.
I would lean it is yes. It's still in the field that I think she would want to be in. She still wants to handle like sciency, especially with like corpses and stuff like that. That still seems like something she would want to do. It's
Yes,
just
and she was denied, was it visa or something to
yeah,
leave?
visa to leave. So once her visa left, I'm fine with her remaking her identity and becoming a coroner. It works out for her, I think. That being said, it is still a little convenient.
Yeah. I don't think it's an eye roll sense.
No, but it is present. At least
Let's see, for me to go to something. Oh, I guess something pretty big. Might be easy, but I'd be curious if one of you two say otherwise. Did Lark Hill burn down because of V?
it's. I don't know. It kind of feels like they're hinting towards that, but they don't establish how he does it.
That is true, but I believe in the backstory of Diana explaining like the dates and everything that it did happen on November 5th,
Yes, she did say that.
which does really make it feel like it was V's plan then.
And if it's not V's plan, it was another person having their own rebellion, which is I can buy.
Which, if V has no memory of his past or anything, and this is like all he really had was the V to go by, someone doing it for him to escape and survive on that day could fuel his obsession for it to create what he is.
What are you guys leaning towards, though? Someone else or him?
I'm gonna say your words right back at you. I don't have enough evidence. It's inconclusive.
So he's 50-50. This one's very tough for me because I can see it either way. But I think I'm going to lean the 1% difference in that someone else did it. Because I don't know how V could have achieved that with being under lock and key and surveillance the whole time. That's like saying when Evie was captured in the fake captured, if she could pull it off.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards it was him because of the date is a big factor, and the notes from is Valerie, right? What's the name?
Yeah, from Valerie.
Talking about escaping and stuff. I could totally buy that being enough for him to push him to do it. He probably had no reason to live up to that point,
But
which
if he
leaves
didn't
the issue I
know
have
anything,
of how does he do it.
yes, but if he didn't know anything, why would he know about November 5th?
Also true, but if it's someone else doing it on that day, then I have an issue with it just being convenient at that point.
Or no one did it and it was an accident.
I'd still find that convenient.
I think that's the of those three options, that's the bottom of my list. I think that's the lazy one. If it was conveniently an accident on November 5th. But I don't know. That's tough. Okay, let's go to writer.
Alrighty. The shot of it's very overdramatic, but of the coroner's eyes when she's looking upon V emerging from the fire, the close up, looked pretty nice. It's a little
Oh,
cheesy,
the
but
reflection in the eyes. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty cheesy, but I still appreciated it.
Yeah, that is a comic panel look.
Absolutely.
Crimson.
How did the doctor correlate him with the flowers?
I assume that's something that happened off
Um,
screen.
would the doctor know about Valerie?
Seemingly, it doesn't seem like she cared about the patients as individuals.
No, but even not caring about someone, you would know something about them.
I don't know
Especially if
about
Valerie's an
that.
actress.
I don't think she read the papers.
No, I
I
think
don't
V's the
know.
only one who read the papers.
I don't know if she would talk to Valerie and be like, "All right, tell me your life story as I inject you with poison," or whatever she ends up doing.
Well, I don't think that either. But I just mean
I
like,
don't think she's going cell to cell to talk to people.
no, but if you're getting tortured and like, are you to confess? You know, well, actually, no, there's no confession here. It's just like being tortured and experimented on. I don't know. She could be just crying in the hallway, like being shuffled one place to another, just being like, "I miss the roses" or something. I don't know. That sounds really dumb, but
It does.
some way for
uh,
Diana to know that the Scarlet Carsons are connected to V. I don't even know if she knows that.
she
She
says
just
when
goes, "Oh,
she
I thought."
saw the flowers, she knew it was him.
It'd be interesting to explore more as to why that's connected to him. It kind of feels like a calling card, is what it is essentially.
Because the other deaths haven't been publicly shown, so she wouldn't know.
But
Well, no,
she knows because she was shown the rose in the
no,
coroner's
In the
office.
autopsy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I have this above a nitpick
I
because
think it's got to be something with Valerie.
I mean, even if it is, they don't establish it.
I don't. Well, if the roses are thought to be extinct, so they're not around London anymore, and there's one known terrorist doing things, I think it could be picked up that something not of the norm of what's allowed is because of him. And even with the dead body of the bishop and like this is the flower, she knows right there that, or no, not 100%, but she could probably really infer that the terrorist had something to do with it. So I think it's not a known thing of the rose telling V I knew it was you. I think it's more of the I had a hunch that you're connected to all this, and upon him being there with the roses, then saying I knew it was you. Like a confirmation to her guess.
What do you think, Ryder?
Um, yeah, I've been thinking. Fun enough. I'm still thinking on it. Get back to me a little bit later, but for now, I think I want an origin to the roses. I think it would be more useful for the story. I can infer a few reasons, like Valerie, but Valerie seems a little. Valerie seems too personal and too disconnected from V, at least outwardly, for what the doctor would understand. So it doesn't feel like an easy connection to make if it's Valerie. So I don't know where I sit on it.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with the guest thing more so than the Valerie thing because that actually would show stuff in the movie versus outside of.
Yeah, if she connected the killers tied to where she worked, that would be the most probable. But I think that's something they need to put more work into if that's how they wanted it to be shown.
Yeah. I think what I might have done is I would have in the mass graves I would have had them plant roses over the bodies. Like once they're buried.
Yeah, maybe.
That would have been I think my attempt at trying to make a connection.
Okay. Huh. What do you two think about Gordon's show? About not going with the script?
I think he had to convince a lot of people to do it because
Yeah.
he doesn't care. He thinks he can get away with stuff because he's got a good agent and would just have to do some charity work or something. But he had to convince all these other people that presumably are scared of
He
the
probably
government.
said, just, I will take the blame. It's going to be on me. That's probably how he convinced people.
The impersonator for the chancellor would probably be killed immediately.
Was that the same, or was it two different people?
I can't say with the production of it. I mean, in reality, it looked like the same person.
It did.
I think in the
Also, a very good
production,
body
it was
double for John Hurt.
in the production it's probably two people, but I would say within the film it is probably the same person.
Okay. Do you think Hugo Weaving was V in those?
I mean, we couldn't
That'd
tell,
be
so
funny.
it would be funny if it was. I don't see any
That'd be
reason why
funny.
he couldn't be.
Well, was
Yeah,
that real V? If Gordon was buddies with them, maybe he's like, hey, you
no,
want to do this TV spot?
no,
That would have been
no.
funny if V auditioned to be himself for the one show and he got it and he's like, cool, I can do this. He doesn't have any speaking
I
lines, we
can
would
play
never
this
know.
character.
Yeah. I did think about that too. I think it would have been very funny if it were I think it would have been very funny if it was actually V.
It would, but doesn't fit. I think that's a little too much.
I
Do you
mean,
think it would be possible for
Well,
Gordon
it's still
to
on.
scrounge up this episode?
Possible for Gordon to what?
Scrounge up this episode to get enough people to say yes. I mean, he'd
Oh
have to
yeah,
get the network approval and everything.
I
yeah,
think at this point, yes.
without much, it's kind of implied he's a big name and he's got a lot of credit to him. I think he could convince people to do this.
I wish though we saw even just like in the background, because in the background everything's the commander's show of yelling. I wish there was some more background of Gordon's show, because this is their first viewing of it.
It would have been interesting to have Gordon up while Evie and V were hiding in his hideout somewhere at some point to know that to give us an insight to that V was watching him, implying more
Well,
ways of
Yeah,
to
watching.
show that the bodyguard could have been watching, they could have just made that Gordon show.
they could have, and maybe they should have. But
Indeed, maybe
this is
they
the
should
first
have.
instance that's like, oh, Gordon's not just working with BTN or something. He actually has a show on BTN.
The most popular show.
That's just a little detail I wish was more in the background. It didn't have to have its own apparent scene of part of a show, like functioning as it's supposed to. But
Yeah, there was a yeah, kind of on this vein in the show, right, where we see the Emperor crush his glass of milk, or the Chancellor. Um, there has been a lot of memes going around recently. This is more meta knowledge about like people wanted to see the Emperor Palpatine show up in Andor for just one particular scene, and a lot of them have made and a lot of people who talk about that made the joke that they want to see him crush a glass of milk. And I had completely forgotten that was a reference to V for Vendetta until I rewatched it for the podcast.
nice little joke.
It is very fitting.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right, Sprinks. With
Oh, that's me.
I don't know your limited memory of this, but did you remember that the whole interrogation was fake?
Yes, I knew it was fake. I didn't know that the one interviewing was V though, and I'm like, how does V have another person?
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Because to me, it seemed quite clear it was him because every character had gloves on and the face was always obstructed. But that was me with prior knowledge, so I didn't know if
I
that was caught on by you
I got
or if you were
there
already
at a point. It didn't
influenced.
start there because the first interrogation scene, I think the hands aren't shown. It's like waist up shot, and then a later interrogation scene, the hands are on the table with gloves, and I went, oh, gloved hands. And then the one that essentially lets her free and escapes, that sounds like Hugo Weaving. To me, the other ones didn't sound like him, but it's portrayed that it is him.
I'd say the finger that nabbed her at the house sounded like him.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
the interrogator didn't sound like him. V should do some voice acting.
has Hugo Weaving done voice acting?
Yeah, he plays Megatron.
Yes, he has.
Probably.
Oh, he is Megatron. But he was
Ah.
also the dad in Gardens of Gahul.
Oh, the one that you hate?
That flippin' dad.
Yeah, it's such a
Worst dad ever
miscast.
put the film.
I want to go that far, but it is such a miscast.
But yeah, I do remember it was all fake. But I don't remember the note, the Valerie note. I don't remember the fake guard in the hallway. Don't remember the whole thing being connected to the shadow gallery, just like another section of it. Don't remember. So that was all like fresh.
So, did he construct this whole thing for himself as a psychological therapeutic thing? Or what do
He
you
might
guys think
have.
the prison's for?
I think so.
I could totally see him doing that for himself. He has the time. He clearly is very handsy. No pun intended.
And essentially, this is his earliest memory.
Essentially. Do you think that's how he showers every day?
No.
No, that would be. I mean, cold showers are pretty brutal if you're, but you know.
There is a funny cut in the editing, which I don't know if it's purposeful, but it's Evie in the cell, and like the only thing in the cell, there's no bed, anything. The only thing in the cell is a toilet,
And she's just
and
sleeping on
she's
this.
reading her note, like the note of Valerie, and it cuts to her being tortured of uh, being like drowned, and it's like, "Do you want to answer?" And she goes, "I don't know," and go back in the drowned. The cut made me second guess if that was in the toilet.
That's funny. I did not think that when I saw it, but it is funny to think about.
I
Just
admittedly
the
did
image
not
correlation.
think about it. Yeah. Well, actually, no. I did think about it. I think during one of my views, but at that point, I think I just wrote it off as. I mean, they're still torturing them.
Yeah. Yeah. At 1 hour, 10 minutes, 7 seconds during the first interrogation after Evie got black bagged, it's brought up that I think the interrogator says like, "Do all this or you'll get killed." Essentially, a sound effect plays or a music cue. It is so familiar to me. I still don't know what it's from, but it's been used in other things.
I've heard that sound before. Uh, I don't know what it's from.
You'll have to
Or
send it to me
any
because I
similar
I
to it.
don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, I've heard it in other things, and I don't know if it's one of those like if it's a Wilhelm scream essential of sound effects or something. It just
Like a stock sound.
yeah or something. I don't know. I'm just like I've heard this before, not in this, but I just couldn't piece it together. With that, let's go to writer.
Sure. We kind of skipped over it, but I like how careful Finch is when wanting to bring up to Lestrade too that the government might be the ones responsible for the biological disaster. Um, like he wants to make sure that Lestrade too is okay with starting to question it with him. which I like. I mean, it would have been interesting to have Lestrade too, and him have a confrontation because Lestrade was more loyal to the regime. But I'm okay with how that's ended up, I guess.
I like that he wasn't a rat.
Yeah, he's got
I feel
integrity.
like most things he probably would be one.
Yeah, that's I said. I think him being a rat is a little bit overdone in terms of like the typical direction stories going. But I appreciate that here he's not a rat, and also it feeds more into that everybody has their antithetical thoughts towards the regime. They just keep it to themselves.
Lestrade 2 is Dominic.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think Lestrade one ever crosses paths with Finch outside of the black room with the giant screen.
Okay. Okay. I 1 hour 11 minutes 52 seconds. The top down shot of the cell that's kind of like crossfading between Evie's positions. I really like that cell isn't the whole screen or takes up the whole aspect ratio of the screen, and it is smaller to make Evie look smaller.
Yeah, I do think it achieves that goal.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go to Crimson.
All right, nitpick time, and it's in a lot of stuff, and that's just her reading the note. Her eyes go way faster than the narration that she's presumably reading, like way faster.
Can read faster than she can think.
So my interpretation of that is she's rereading it constantly.
I mean, it is
she
her
would
only
pull it out
source
of
of
the
entertainment.
hole and then read it.
The first one, yes.
That is the one I wrote the note on. Was the first one.
Okay. Like I could imagine the other notes could be rereadings for the presence of time changing.
Potentially.
Yeah, no. So the narration is for us, not necessarily for the character.
Well, yeah, she doesn't know Valerie's voice.
Yes. I mean, V doesn't even know Valerie's voice.
Nope.
I would imagine.
Well, I mean, he could have maybe yelled at her through the wall or something. Because if there's a hole that a note can be passed, you could definitely talk through it. You could probably even peek through it.
True, but then that brings up why is the notes needed?
Well, she wanted a record of her existence in an autobiography.
Okay. I guess that works.
I think that's what she was saying in the first note.
She says something to that effect.
Yeah, that it is her autobiography written on toilet paper, but to me that really kind of shows that she can't communicate verbally.
If there's a hole to where a note can get passed, your voice can also pass through, I think. Unless literally her voice
Okay.
got damaged during the torture or something.
It's just okay. That makes sense. I just don't get the note thing then. Believing that the notes being made are for whoever she's passing to, which is V, to hold on to, so in case he escapes a form of it.
That
She
would be
knew
Maiko.
she was dying.
That's
That's why she wants to. Yeah.
Okay. I suppose. We'll say the makeup on her to make her look sickly or anything, I think is bad.
I was worried when you were setting that up there you were going to say it was all right. And I'd be like, well, I'm going to have to disagree with you, Springs.
No.
I think it looks bad.
It looks bad.
For Valerie or?
Right.
Yeah.
Valerie.
Like I don't know, the pus hole or whatever on her forehead or whatever, that looks really, really badly made. It looks like, makeup from Spirit Halloween that someone glued on or something.
I was just about to say that. But it was cool seeing her as a character because we see her previously through the doctor's flashback.
Yes, very
We see
briefly
her
we get a shot
walking
of her,
into
so
it.
I like the continuity of like, oh, that's when we catch up, we realize that it was the person we saw earlier.
Yes. Is the bald person in front of Valerie, is that supposed to be V?
Don't know. It would make sense if they're going like cell to cell to make a line, but hard to say.
Okay.
But it was confirmed Valerie died because she was thrown in that pit.
Oh yeah, she's dead. She's dead. Unless you're a crazy person being like, what are you talking about? Her and Ruth are alive at the end of the movie. Nope.
There was a happy ending.
That's not what that meant. At least that's not how I think it meant. Didn't mean everyone's like, when Gordon's standing there, it's like, oh, Gordon's alive. V lied. Nope. Not what that means. But at 1 hour, 16 minutes, 15 seconds, when it's talking about Ruth and Valerie in their apartment watching the TV and taking things in and like how things have changed, that the roses are no more, and it does a dolly zoom. I think it's really nicely done. That the dolly zoom keeps them totally fine, but it changes the perspective of the roses in the background going from bright and lavishing in their apartment and being like a focal point of their love and anything to be pushed to the back and then going into the dark. But that was really good. And maybe I'm alone on that, but
no, I was waiting for Ryder to comment, but I agree. I think it was well executed. I kind of said it earlier. I feel like a lot of those type of things are pretty well executed in this.
It's funny you said that, Crimson, because I was waiting for you to comment. Yeah, I also think it's pretty good. I like that.
good. Let's go to writer.
Sure. I quite like the reveal, like, because obviously, well, okay, actually, I'll skip to a scene ahead of that. It's a little on the nose, but the rebirth scene when she's standing out in the rain, and then we cut from that to V standing in the fire, uh, and yelling about freedom and whatever, just yelling in general, to get their emotions out, as their rebirth. It's a little on the nose, a little handholdy, but I do appreciate the imagery. So I don't have a problem with it. It's just, it's the way it is.
Yeah, I agree. It's very handholdy, flashing back and forth.
Yes, but it's still one of my favorite scenes of the movie.
I agree. It's cheesy. It works. I don't have an objective issue with it. I just say it's a little hands-holdy.
Okay, I don't think it's cheesy. It's not to that level. But it is handholdy of something we've already seen with the V being re-implemented to the audience for Evie's rebirth.
Whose arms in the air in the rain is better, this or Andy Dufresne?
Oh, Andy Dufresne. No question.
Yeah, funny enough, I also wrote Andy Dufresne in my notes, because that's a character name I can remember, and
That's a good name.
I know, right? And yeah, I would say Andy Dufresne probably still wins.
And Andy Dufresne,
Easily.
more impactful of that rain scene to this rain scene.
I mean, this rain scene accomplishes in 20 minutes what that film took almost an entire movie to do. So I think Andy Dufresne's has definitely got a lot more weight behind it.
Okay, I disagree with the word accomplished there, but I see what you mean. And Crimson, where did you weigh in on that?
Andy Dufresne's way better.
Andy Dufresne, okay.
And in terms of this scene, I do find it handholdy. I almost would say cheesy, but I would not classify it as that.
I think if it did like really fast cuts or something to like overlay Evie and V to make it look like they're in the same position while cutting between them, then I would say that gets to the point of cheesy for me.
To be clear, regardless of me thinking it's cheesy, I think it's earned.
Yes, and I like that it's different. Like V is trying to convert Evie into a better understanding of himself through the experience of what he went through, which is the only way he can think of getting her to that point.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have her go through fire because he went through fire.
Yeah.
Well, and frankly, I don't even think he thought of her going through rain.
Yeah, it wasn't her thinking to go through rain. It was her idea to need to get outside because she's been locked in a cell.
Yeah.
Which is just fair.
It is kind of interesting that her torture methods are like the hose of water and getting water like logged and drowned, and her release is being in the rain.
Yeah, the water cycle.
Well, it's all just her being. It's all goes into the rebirth imagery and symbolism with water. Typically, she's being made anew.
Yeah.
Poor V had to take a flamethrower shower just to get the full circle at the end.
I'm trying to piece that together. Flamethrower shower?
You're just saying the water shower, you had a rain at the end, so like ended in fire, so his shower was a flamethrower. It wasn't very funny.
I was just trying to piece together what you meant by it, but okay. Let's go to Crimson.
Crimson, okay, let's go with, I guess, afterwards. I like how everything's coming together here. You have V referencing Evie's dad's quote about the artists and liars and stuff with that, bringing back her wanting to conquer fear, which was the whole point of the test, and to get her in his point of view. It just feels like a lot is culminating at this point, and I think they did a good job executing that.
Yeah, and also because to add a little bit more on, Evie's also said she wants to be stronger because she wishes she was stronger because of all that's happened to her. She just was never brave enough to do what her parents did, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. It sounds like what I'm about to say sounds like a very Sprinks thing to say, so I'll just preface that now. Valerie was in the cell next to V, which would have been cell number 6. Now, in Roman numerals, it's VI, but some could have it look like VL, like a lowercase l with just a straight line. Is Valerie's name to represent that of the VL with Valerie?
What was the room before V's? Because you get like the pan down the hallway doors where they all have
it's
on them.
1, 2, 3, and then IV, and then 5.
Then I wouldn't put much weight onto that then.
Okay.
But an interesting observation.
Before it passed,
I just thought that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to move to a different point. So.
Oh, I was just saying because of like the namesake, and even like Evie's introduction is like, my name's Evie, and he goes, oh, very, interesting, Evie. That Valerie seems like a specifically made name for the character, like chosen, not just randomly.
Yeah, his roommate had a V name while he was in a V room, and his whole moniker is V. And then you have Little Miss Electric Vehicle over there.
No, sure. Yeah, if that's the connection. Also, I realized I spelled her name like the Pokemon in my notes the entire time, and it's not spelled that way.
How's it spelled?
I think it's spelled Evey. And in my notes I had Eevee.
I just did EVE. Ending with
Well,
a
that just
Y.
sounds
I
like
don't think I've
Eve.
ever seen that. I guess that would be Eve, but that's how I read it.
I mean, I wrote mine as EVEY, so
No, I
mostly
think that's
because
how it's
I had
actually
subtitles
spelled. So.
on, so
Oh, yep. Then that's how it's spelled. I guess onto you, writer, for what you wanted to jump to.
yeah. Just wanted before we get too far away from the scene, I liked the world building that they kind of threw in with Valerie's narration and flashback, her story. You get a little bit more of the sense of how the world fell apart into the regime. You also learn that Sutton was defense secretary before he was chancellor, so you get an idea of how he was able to grab power or want to grab power. Um, Good stuff. Nice little world building bits that they cherry picked in there.
Yeah. Do you two believe that Sarah had very beautiful looking wrists?
No. I think they
The
looked
beauty is in
average.
the eye of the beholder. I'm putting the fifth in this one. I don't.
Leaving the fifth.
She's not my type, so I maybe might be the most beautiful wrist in the world to her.
This is in London. No fifth for you.
Wow.
Damn.
I mean, they just look like average wrists. They look fine.
Agreed.
All right. I'll go to something. I like the line of "What was done to me was monstrous, and they created a monster." I do
Yep,
think that was very witty for a retort.
good line.
Yeah, it was a solid retort. I mean, it's just a lot of the. I can't even really call them one-liners. I guess it's just lines. In this, there's a lot in here.
Yes, does give it a feeling of sense. I don't know if it's a comic feeling, but just its own tone. I think it could be interpreted different ways, so I'm curious to both of you. Why was V crying?
Ryder, you can go first.
Uh, when he was dying, or
No. When Evie left, said, I gotta leave, and V threw the mask at the mirror and broke it and started crying. Why?
Not a metal mask at that point.
uh, well, I mean, metal ways. I wouldn't wear a fucking knight's helmet around in my own house if I didn't have to. Um, I there's a couple reasons why he might be crying. It could be that, you know, that Evie left. It could be that base reason. It could be that he didn't want to do all of that to her, and he's just been holding that emotion in until she left, because she knew that was what was going to happen. So he wanted to maintain his persona until that happened. So there's a few reasons. There's two off the top of my head.
He could see himself as a failure for not getting her to stay after showing everything, did everything he could. He could also see the conflict that she kind of pitched with the Count of Monte Cristo of now he's battling his love for her and his mission.
Okay, more possibilities thrown in.
I would be leaning. His, mine would just be he's sad she's gone, but
Okay,
it might be a
that she
hint
left.
of failure aspect to it as well.
Okay. Didn't get a clearer answer out of writer.
It's because I don't have one. I can see all variations of them. Like there's a reason enough for any of them to exist.
Okay. Just interesting. I always find it interesting when I learn more stuff about you two.
And why are you
Especially
think
at this
he's
part of the
crying?
podcast. I think he's crying because he sees it as a sense of failure of trying to convert Evie into likeness of him, and she's decided to leave anyhow.
Okay.
Like he went through all this
That's what I
effort
said.
and attempt, and it didn't work the way he wanted.
I mean, it comes down to how much of V is him focused on himself. Don't necessarily view him as self-reflective to that degree. Like that feels like a selfish thing. Like failed to convert her. It's not like, oh, she didn't see the light. It's like I failed me. I don't know. But I also said in my answer that I think it was a combo of failure and her leaving.
Okay. Let's go to writer.
Yeah. There are 872 songs on here. Listen to them all, but I've never danced to any of them. Good line. Nice somber too.
Would that have gotten you to dance, Ryder?
Funny enough, my response to that is I quoted the songs I listened to on my phone, and I've said I haven't danced to any of them. So I guess I thought about that.
Oh, guess that means a no.
It's not.
Guess not. But I did like the song that was playing. I found a reason. It was good stuff. Good choice.
If V asked you to dance, would you?
Would I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would always
Crimson?
want to dance with Hugo Weaving.
No.
Okay.
Sprinks?
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Would you dance with the Chancellor?
No.
I will dance with the Chancellor from helping distract him from assassination. Here we go.
Is the Chancellor dead?
Not yet.
Then no.
What about when
Thanks.
he was the part of the defense?
No.
Not really.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. Oh, caught my tongue. Sorry, audience. That's an off-podcast joke I was going to make.
Ooh.
I'll look forward to off the podcast.
I'm sure we'll remember to not bring that up.
Oh, yeah.
Probably not. It is getting quite late for me now.
Let's go to Crimson.
Okay. So I found this as lazy for the writers. Maybe you guys can convince me otherwise, but the council brings up high probability of it being like an airborne attack, and you have Finch bringing up it could be a train, and the Chancellor pretty much just shuts it down without any precautions set towards it. Any
Well,
thoughts? Like anything? I just have a feeling that's not enough for me. Well, at least diversify your options. I don't get why it's a shutdown.
they, in the Chancellor's mind, I think there's a throwaway line that they've shut down all the tunnels. Like they've buried them. There's some of them that are like most of the tunnels are blocked. They kind of imply that, or there's another throwaway line where Evie says he kind of dug his way to get back under Parliament or something like that. Man's busy when he's not killing people.
Yeah, he said he spent 10 years clearing debris and building the tracks.
Yeah. So I am fine with it being shut down because it would be common knowledge that the underground doesn't operate anymore. The tube. They filled it with debris, so why would it be an option?
This feels like an oversight that doesn't need to be. Why not just send some guys to check? And at this point, V has people. He has a rebellion. With a lot of people, they could clear out a tunnel within however long.
I think that would be noticed though, if it's a group of people. So if a group of people came and started clearing out the tunnels, that would probably tip off the government because that would just be a group of people being caught out and about doing something they shouldn't be.
What do you think, Sprinks?
I get the point of like the reasoning is just a feeling, which doesn't express enough strength into an even attempt to the Chancellor. That makes sense to me of like, we can't run this all just on feelings. However, being that it is coming from someone of his hand, like of the fingerman who he like has in line of trust, I think it's enough of the position that Finch has to even go check.
Do you
So
see
I
this as
get,
a flaw in the film or the flaw in the Chancellor as a character? Like it's a character flaw.
I don't have it as a flaw as the Chancellor at all. I have it as that Finch is getting more and more skeptical. That's why he brings out like the little device to block his conversation with Dominic, to have like his hypotheticals that are getting more and more dangerous. I think at this point, by even bringing it up to the Chancellor directly, and the Chancellor telling him like no because of a feeling, Finch would do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's what ended up happening. Is he went and did it on his own.
Yes, but after points. Like first he went and saw William Rockford and whatnot. He didn't like after this conversation, kind of in spite or something, go and do it like on a hunch. It took him a while, and then I guess just for the sake of that is because of the plot of the movie to get to the point where he needs to arrive when he arrives. But so I think it's in line for the Chancellor to be like, that's just a feeling. You have no actual solid proof of it being a thing. We can't do it, or like that. That's idiotic.
Can't spare the manpower would be a nice
Yeah,
line.
especially with the fifth being just a bit of ways and all this, and we still haven't solved it or gotten to the conclusion that they've been searching for a year on. So
We also have to remember that Finch has definitely fallen out of favor at this point too.
yes, I mean that explains it when Creedy was sent to maybe sit him essentially. So I don't think it's a. I don't have it a nitpick on either Finch or Chancellor.
I guess my position is by the end of it, I do see it as a Chancellor Nick.
To not trust one of his men.
To not even put in the effort to send men. That's not hard work. He has the numbers. If Ryder said if he's like can't spare the manpower, that's at least something. But from what I can tell, there's not really any limitations to his numbers. So it would
Crimson, you
not
may have
take
swayed me.
any effort.
May have swayed me that it's a little bit of a nitpick.
Well, which part that which part
Like
of that did that?
the sake that they've been looking for so long to solve this, and the person who's been in charge of trying to solve it comes back with this answer, and the Chancellor says no.
Yeah.
That's where I'll have the nitpick on. This is the answer he's come up with to try to, because he has a hunch of this, but it's just a feeling, not like actual concrete evidence.
Concrete
And
plenty.
because the evidence is the Chancellor saying no, but it's still something they haven't checked yet after all this time. So yeah, you swayed me on that.
And if they did check at any point in the year, they would have seen someone's been working on it.
Yeah, they probably would have found the train. Maybe.
Yeah, it really would
Or
have undone
explosives.
everything.
Depends where they were hide where he was hiding the train, because there is a lot of tunnels that goes into London.
But how many
Yeah,
go
and if
into
they're all.
Parliament? It would
Ooh.
probably just be the one track.
Ooh, that's a great
And
throwback.
so there's also the aspect of whether the trains were filled, the trains, like the tubes themselves were filled in, or the entrances. So does V like leave
V,
his entrance like filled in, quote unquote, to hide the
well,
tunnel?
V only needs one tunnel. The one tunnel from his starting point to Parliament. And he said it took him 10 years.
Yeah.
So one tunnel of 10 years, but he is one guy.
I also will point out that I am not swayed on them not choosing to search the tunnel, because dictators tend to delude themselves. That's kind of a big thing. So
Okay.
I don't have a nick into his character for that. That's just makes sense to me that he would delude himself into this. He's been on top of this regime for 20 years now.
Yes, but the sake that there's no proof.
Yeah, well, there's no proof given to him for as a reason to go and search the tunnels or send people to search the tunnels. He doesn't trust Finch, and at this point, he also is more than capable of deluding himself into his power. So I don't have a character flaw with him either.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. That was Crimson's point. Let's see if I have a point. Because I'm coming down to the tidbit end of the film. I wrote in my notes that William Rockford, the V in disguise, kind of looked like Boris the animal.
I had a feeling you were going to say that because I thought that as well.
That's funny, but he reminded me of it. Have you guys ever seen The Illusionist?
Yes.
There's a yeah. I'm sorry. I remember someone pitched that to you as like being as good as.
Someone's like, "Oh, you like Prestige? You should watch this." I'm like, "Oh, awesome!"
Yeah, that didn't work out. I remember one of the disguises that Edward Norton wore in that film reminded me of this look here.
Oh. The thing that sold me was the black beady glasses, and then the skin on the cheek was that lined look that like Boris the Animal kind of had. So
yeah.
And audience, Boris the Animal from Men in Black 3. I know I have to clarify because everyone in the world's seen that movie, but just in case.
They definitely should.
I regretted seeing that movie.
It has its pluses.
Yeah, this scene has a lot of what's it called? Have you ever? I think it's. I don't know if it's called the death of John F. Kennedy or something like that. It's a movie starring Kevin Costner. He's a lawyer trying to sue somebody over the assassination of Robert Kennedy. There's a scene in that film where they sit down in Central Park or DC, and they have a conversation about a bunch of conspiracy stuff. The Kevin Costner and this character. That's kind of what this scene reminded me of a little bit in terms of vibes.
Interesting, huh? No, I have not seen that. But it was a very dark scene. Like dark blue. Which I guess helps conceal the look that V's put on, but
And V is the one that arranged the meeting, so it kind of makes sense that he gets to do what he wants with the arranging of it.
Yeah. So Finch had someone else looking for William Rockford, and that's the person who called him that saying like he was dead for the last 20 years, right?
I think no. The line was something like they were going through their records, and it's like, oh yeah, I saw you were looking for this person, so I found the record for you. I just happened to come across it. I think that was something to the effect of the line. So I don't think they were like strictly looking for them specifically, but happened to come across a reference to him.
Okay.
I think that's
and then because of V's connection, I guess, in the internet or whatever, how a booby-trapped code word or something sent the email, right, to like meet up.
Yeah, I think that's how that went. What was the objective of V to have this meeting?
I think it's for V to have someone second guess their loyalty enough to the government to look into this and gives V the possibility that someone in the government can get to a point of understanding his point of view without immediately turning him in. But of course, he had to be careful about it. That's why he went under William Rockford.
It just kind of feels not necessarily wasted, but maybe kind of wasted because it doesn't really go anywhere. The disguise is immediately like thrown out the window, and then Finch is like, "All right, well, he was lying to me." It kind of, in terms of a movie, felt like a waste of time.
I mean, I viewed this scene as one of the reasons Finch turned at the end. Like he doesn't, arrest Evie or doesn't
That's
stop her
where
from doing the train. That's kind of what I view this as far as a buildup is concerned. It could
me
be more
too.
explicit with its connection, but I don't think it's necessary. It's just another little thing on the wheel.
I think it's more to add that's not just Finch's end with his partner on finding things to question his loyalty and with the Chancellor. It's actually from the other end of things to talk to him, of V.
Yeah.
Was it? He also manipulates them into sending watch people to watch Creedy, right? That's what he wanted.
Well, he wanted. What did he want with Cree?
Well, I think in that scene he asks Finch to put a watch out
Oh,
on Creedy
yeah.
in
Keep an
return
eye
for the
on Creedy
information.
when I know, yeah, when I know like he can pick his nose or whatever without you knowing, then I'll be good. Which is then when V goes to Creedy, the surveillance is on him.
Yeah, and he uses the
Which,
surveillance as an excuse, as a reason to layer on why Creedy needs to enact a plan to
yeah,
preserve
which
self-preservation.
that I give maybe a nitpick to. That's a bit much of like they have surveillance on him and V turns off the lights and they can't see V. But in the shot of Creedy and V that we see, there is light in the room. But V
Yeah,
doesn't turn the camera off.
I also feel like during Evie's torture scenes, a lot of his shadowing is very artificial shadowing.
I'd agree. The lights aren't harsh enough to cause such strict shadows.
It's kind of like Game of Shadows, when in the
Oh,
thing,
Moriarty just
yeah,
being
Moriarty,
hidden.
just the artificial shadow to hide the figure.
Hmm. I would agree with that.
Yeah. Let's go to writer.
Sure. I like that once Sutter starts to feel like power is slipping, he falls back into just hammering home all the propaganda and they start churning out like the fear mongering again. Everything that made them put him in power in the first place. And I quite appreciate Finch's breakdown of everything too, which is like how he can picture how everything's going to go wrong. And first time viewer definitely thought the little girl died uh, in his
Oh,
explanation of
same.
everything. And then obviously we see her alive at the end amongst the crowd. But
No. Okay, that's just another thing then.
what's going on?
I think she's dead.
Huh?
She got shot and killed.
Oh, you think that actually happened?
Yes.
Are we talking about the same girls here?
The girl with the glasses?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You think she's the one that got shot?
Well, she is.
Yeah, because
She,
the mask falls off with the glasses on it.
yeah, and then we see her dead. But I thought we see her again at the end when she takes the mask off as a part of the crowd.
We do. We see her, and we see Gordon, and we see Valerie, and we see Ruth.
Oh, see, I didn't. Okay.
That's where I had it as. No, I think she got shot and killed, which is why the angry mob turned on the fingerman.
fingerman's just so stupid. I can't get over it.
It is a
Careful,
little.
you're gonna get fingered. Come on.
Whoa, whoa, Crimson! You can't say that.
They did it.
It's the most sexual innuendo ever to come out of Crimson on the podcast.
And it has context.
And it does.
Okay. Well, the girl that got shot just didn't look like her, but I guess it makes sense.
The scene of V talking to Creedy in his little greenhouse area, to me, really sells the importance of music in a scene and how it affects tone. The classical music in the back of V sounds the same. Like, remove the music, V is just talking normally the entire time. But with that musical piece playing, how he's talking to Creedy or how it comes across to Creedy sounds intimidating and then sounds calming by just the piece playing. And I thought it was really well done.
And Creedy with his band of music.
Well, I mean,
Is that 1812 playing?
Hmm?
It wasn't all classical music band. It was 1812 from previously, but I don't know if that was the song that was being played.
It was Tarkovsky.
the privilege of those in power.
Yeah. But yeah, the implementation of the song did do a good job setting the dynamic between the two.
Yeah, that was really good.
I agree.
So, Ryder, this brings up a
Oh,
point you put a pin in pretty early in the podcast, and that's whether or not Creedy was already planning stuff or if V kind of nudged him along. So we
Yes.
get back to it.
So there's a couple things that I can read into the scene. The first one is Creedy had a plan all along. That V kind of enticed him to use, or Creedy didn't have a plan. So one of the reasons V focused really hard on the surveillance for Creedy is because Creedy would notice the surveillance, and therefore it would be easier to push him into making a plan. Obviously, the end result is the same in either case.
What do you think of that, Springs?
I don't think Creedy had a plan the whole time. I think it built into him having a plan, which V strengthened.
So Creedy was a vulture waiting for an opening, and V gave him the blueprints to enact.
That's where I go with, yes.
I can buy it.
Because then it goes into Creedy was more disloyal to the Chancellor than Finch was.
I mean, I could buy it after how much the Chancellor keeps bashing on him. You're a failure. This is all your fault.
Yes, which is why Creedy took his charge after the bishop's death to go watch over Finch. That's how I took that. Of like, you're not doing your job correctly and it's affecting me, so I'm going to be here to take care of it versus being against, because then I think he would have aided Finch more.
Essentially. But even with him being more hands on, he's still failing in the eyes of the Chancellor. 347 days. But
Yeah.
I agree with how you viewed it. Which one are you leaning, writers?
I'm leaning with you guys. I think he was a vulture and started making a plan probably. He's had one, let's say, for the last few years, but V kind of just pushed him into foster it a little bit more, and obviously was pushed into using it. However, I also, like I said, that's the one I lean towards. The other one, which is where he didn't have a plan until V, like, prompted it out of him. via his manipulations. That version of Creed is a lot more loyal, I think. It's not out of character for him not to have a plan, but yeah.
I think both versions fit. Just think the Vulture one is more appropriate.
Yeah, the Vulture one is more appropriate because the thing with fascists, they always eat. Fascism eats its young. It's a it eats itself. So I do think the Vulture one is more symbolically appropriate.
Yeah.
V gave oh,
No, I'm just agreeing.
V gave Creedy chalk to mark an X on his door if he was on board. At which point, Creedy breaks it later in a shot, and obviously it resembles the X that was left on the doors of the facility he was at. What do you think is the significance? Is V just doing it as a personal thing? Is he using it as a mind game thing? What's the purpose?
Purpose to make an X with the chalk?
Yeah, to have him do it, because it definitely is resembling his time at the facility.
I think it's a mark to show that he's on board, which is the clarification. But it's also V doesn't have to go to Creedy to like double check. It's the visual thing he can just see throughout the day whenever he's present. But the significance to the cells, I think, is because everyone else in those cells were experimented, and the X might mark that they were dead. So the X to mark on Creedy's door is that he's like helping him to kill, because it was to get the Chancellor.
Okay, I like that reading of it. Kind of like digging his own grave type deal, but marking his
Yeah.
own death.
And for V's understanding is like the rule of like, you get me the Chancellor, you get me. When it turned out that that was never V's plan, it's just this is a way to get the Chancellor. So V's mind is this is a marking your death in his own ways of how he wants it to be.
I can absolutely see that.
I really silly note. I was just curious how V has the funds to get all these masks to send to everyone in London.
You touched on a point I was going to do next. Not just the funds, but just being able to manufacture all this stuff without the government getting a hint at it.
Yeah, and also, like I said, I can buy the mail delivery one because V could have shown up in a way and delivered like the mail himself in the to just the news building. But for to have it go everywhere, it's very impressive. Like I'm surprised the government doesn't check the mail.
It's kind of
True.
weird.
It was
And you think they would with the surveillance state.
brought by train. That's the initial
I mean,
earliest
which I
it
do know.
shows.
Oh, okay.
So manufactured somewhere else and shipped. But I don't know how much that strengthens an aid, because they do check and they're just like, oh, bunch of deliveries, let's send them out.
Did the packages just have the masks, or did it have the cloak?
I think it also has the cloaks. And
Yeah, I
everything.
think
It's the
it's got the
mask on
cloaks
top
too.
of the black cloak.
And the massive hat.
Yeah, and the hat. At least that's what I think.
Expensive endeavor.
Yeah, but unless he's like from the commander, because the commander got rich off the pharmaceutical company thing, and that's how he got his funds. If V can just get that after the death or something, like that's how he got the funds for it, that could make sense.
He also has to address every package.
True, but I feel like if it goes to every single house, there could be like a copy paste thing of like an address listing or something. I don't think that's as hard if it's meant for everyone and not to exclude. Knowing that like the booby trap for the email to be sent to Finch shows that V has technological know-how, and even I guess with the whole rigging of fireworks and explosions, like everything's over the counter, as they say, like of how he creates things.
Do you think this
So,
was just London or the whole country?
I think you could
oh,
do
shipping
just
masks.
London, but I imagine the rest of the country protested in some form or fashion.
Okay.
I can believe the same. I think our story takes place just here to show. No. Let's go to Crimson.
So the dominoes scene. I wrote in my notes, is this a visual metaphor for the audience or actually him setting up dominoes just to knock them down? What do you guys think it is?
Both. It to be both.
What do you think,
Yeah,
Mike?
I think I'm leaning towards both. I can buy that he has time to kill, funny enough.
Okay. It just seemed he's an eccentric guy, but it just felt too extra to me. I don't know.
I don't know. I think this was like his version of like the day being on the 5th. This is like someone's birthday and you make yourself a cake kind of thing. Like this is his prize kind of look. That takes one push and everyone falls into line to show the however he is to look. The question I have is the one domino that didn't fall over. Who is that to signify? Say, yeah, that's not a word. Signify.
I don't know. Because technically everybody has been in his plan to some degree or a byproduct of his plan.
Yes. The domino being at the train made me think it's for Evie. Like the one that stood out, the one that changed and all that. But it makes a little more sense if it's Finch. Then again, it
Well,
wouldn't
Finch was
explain
part of
that.
his plan.
Yes, but Finch didn't fall. The only thing I have against that, it seems more fitting, but what I don't have against that is then knowing Finch is going to be there at the train.
Yeah, because he did.
Yeah, and then V didn't send anything out to like just show this is where the train is essentially to Finch for Finch to get there in case like Finch wasn't smart enough to figure it out on his own.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even know that Finch had an idea about the trains.
I
True.
have a
True.
bit of a so I guess my thought with the whole dominoes thing. Um, again, this is definitely because I'm fresh off of a few shows that are anti-fascist, and or just being one of them. That there's an idea that revolution is paved by like the deaths of many unknown people. So one of the darker interpretations of it is the last person to die is going to be him, which is why the domino stays on the train. So like the
Oh,
idea that
he's
all
the last.
these, yeah, the idea that he's the last domino because he knows that he's probably not going to make it, but he's still going to succeed. And all the dominoes before that are other maybe nameless people who died uh, for this.
Furthermore, maybe not just him, just the symbol of him. He'll go down to the last man type deal.
Yeah, that would be my interpretation of the dominoes. But that's my recent one, just because of what I've been watching recently.
Kind of like that angle.
That could work. His whole plan was knowing that he was going to die this day, so keeping the last domino on the train I'm thinking before he told Evie, "You're the one who's going to pull the lever, whether or not." But let's say he's alive and Evie pulled the lever. Do you think V's going to get on the train to go die if he was alive?
Well, do you think his plan all along was to die? He's been planning this for 20 years, and he didn't know he was going to have Evie for this.
No, I think his plan was to die. Blowing up Parliament is his last hurrah. Because he even tells Evie, like, this is the end of my time, the end of my story. The tomorrow is someone else's.
Yeah, but if there was no Evie, he would have had to pull the lever.
And
I
gone
guess
on the
he
train and
would have
blown
just
up.
retimed. He would have just retimed stuff, I guess, because he would have to kill the council and stuff. I guess that fits. Never mind.
I think this was still V's plan is to die on this day.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have anything else to live for.
Something I want to touch on, which is very interesting for a movie, and I'm curious how you two have it. When Finch goes over his feeling with Dominic, of explaining, like, I stood there at Log Hill and could see everything, see all the pieces, like the feeling. And the movie shows shots that have not happened yet. How do you feel on that?
In the meta sense or his perception?
Meta sense. Like, his perception is fine. Like, that's just him thinking of, like, variables that could occur, but doesn't fully know. I don't think it's like The Shining, like he can like see
No,
things or
not
whatnot. I
clear
don't think
vision.
it's that at all. But like for the audience perspective, like seeing things that have not occurred yet later in the movie.
I think I'm okay with it personally. Because he is able to put it's the way to visualize for the audience that he's put it all together, and he just doesn't know how to stop it.
And for me, I'm fine with it because it doesn't show too much, and the stuff it does show, I think most people seeing this type of movie would kind of realize that it's going to be a happy ending for the country. Maybe not for V. That's still to be determined. But Parliament getting blown up, I'm sure most people seeing this would figure out that's how it's going to go. So I don't think it's like spoiling, if that's kind of the angle you're going with, that they're spoiling too much by doing it.
Okay. I think in the same boat as you, Crimson. I don't think it's spoiling too much, but I don't think the shots they show have enough context to give things away.
I agree.
I think it all is pretty presumed and inferred that these characters are going to be involved. Like V's going to be there, Finch will be there, Evie's going to be there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's go to writer.
The Chancellor is not looking well in his last meeting with his 5 like board members. He looks so like decrepit and very very like gaunt.
It stinks losing for a whole year straight.
It really
Yeah,
does.
knocks the wind out of you.
What is it? The Carolina Panthers from NFL?
Shots fired. I guess I've never heard anyone talk about that team.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I'm not a sports guy. I don't know.
But yeah, I agree. Losing for a whole year would do that to you.
Crimson.
Maybe you guys could answer something maybe I missed. Maybe I was looking at my notes, but Evie says she has gotten away with things because she had a fake ID, and that his like fear training changed her more than she thought because someone that knew her didn't recognize her. I would like to know how she got the ID.
I don't know. Could have just made it, but
Because it's that easy to make a fake ID.
That's a
I can
movie
neither
moment for
confirm nor
me.
deny.
That's a movie moment for me, but it's fine. It didn't really bother me that much. I could buy that she figured it out at some point during her time away.
Yeah, and it doesn't change anything, really. It doesn't come back.
Well,
It's like, oh, let me use this and get by with something. It's just like explain that it helps.
well, gave an answer to how she survived this whole time. It would have been nice if they just established like one of her newsroom coworkers would have access to this type of deal. Something, but that is because usually movies do establish how people can get false IDs because it's in real life likely not that easy.
True, but her coworker didn't even recognize her.
I'm just trying to fix what I view as something absent. It doesn't have to be the one that didn't recognize her. It could be a different coworker. Could be Blinky Girl for all I know.
I don't know. I think it's fine. What I think is odd is that V just has a disco ball in the shadow gallery that we never see.
That's a little bit funny.
I mean, he's been wanting to dance for a while.
All right, and Ryder, how are your notes looking?
My notes are looking okay. I think squeeze out a few more. I'm also
Okay.
gearing towards the end here.
Oh, let's have you go.
All right. I quite enjoy the ending dance scene, or the dance scene with V and AV, because I also like the line of if it's a revolution without dancing, it's not a revolution worth having.
Yeah.
And
I still don't know where that invisible disco ball came from, but
It's an emotional disco ball.
that could be it. First off, I think there is a disco ball there. I don't think it's just showing that it's like, oh, they're so connected to one another that's how the world looks to the two of them. That's not where I'm going with. Just to clarify. So, another thing I really like is the Chancellor giving his speech, kind of to the people of London. Of stay indoors. If you're outside, you're going to be labeled a terrorist. Curfew in effect, all that, and no one's listening to him because everyone's already gone.
Off to see the wizard. The not so wonderful wizard.
I don't know if I would call them wizards, but
I don't know. They're pretty good at making people disappear.
yeah,
oh, Zinner.
yeah. I mean, looking at this through at least the the dance. Sorry. Um, was another lens for me to look through that now is having read The House of Government, which is a guy's life's work at Berkeley, and he did this really in-depth stuff on the Russian Revolution, and it's pretty much about how they all used to live together and like in apartments by the river, and how they, how love is incorporated in the revolution, empathy, and everything like that, and obviously what happened to all of them when Stalin turned and things like that. So I think there's a little bit of nod to how revolutions can also bring people together with the dancing and stuff like that. That's the subjective historical lens with that.
It's always good to bring levity in life
Yeah,
and death situations.
True.
yeah, it's true. I mean, that's just human nature.
Let's go to Crimson.
All right. I'll talk about the fight scene, I guess. I might jump a little further ahead, but uh, I think it's pretty cool. Well choreographed. I think it fits what I think Sprink said in the alleyway fight, where you can tell what's happening.
Yes.
And uh, I like slow mo. In a lot of cases, I am a fan of slow mo. I know some people don't care for it or can see things being overused.
Man,
I like
wait,
its
we'll
use,
take you through some Zack Snyder films. You will have a very different opinion of slow-mo after a certain point.
possibly. But I certainly like them in fight scenes, and I think they do a good job here. The like after image or uh, I what they call it for slipstreams
Yeah, the
for racing. There you
slipstreams.
go.
It's kind of a slipstream after image look for the knives.
For the knives, I think it fits the aesthetic that we were kind of talking about with the blood way like hours ago. Um, I think it helps with the stylization here. These
This,
are very. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the slipstream of the knives feels very comic booky to show motion of an object.
Yeah, and
Very
show
much
the
so.
speed as well.
Yeah, he's moving pretty quick in comparison to the guys and the motion and the speed of their blood. Uh, but these guys, other than being slow to reload, they also have zero survival instinct. They do not even try to move. They just like stab me, do it.
Well, some are like, I gotta reload my gun.
Yeah. Flash activate.
I mean, I will say the intimidation factor is working really well here for V.
Oh yeah, it was really good.
Yeah,
It'll end with my hands around your neck.
yeah.
How are you gonna do that?
It's like you'll
That
all
happened.
shoot, run out of bullets, and then I'll kill you all, or something. And I mean,
Yeah.
he gets to stand up, and after getting shot, and just start running through them. I would definitely feel the fear a little bit.
You have knives. We have guns. No, you have bullets. When you
Yeah.
run out of bullets,
Did Hishi do a video on this? Because I feel like that would be pretty easy for
I
me to
feel
murder
I
right
feel like
here.
this is their style, but I don't know if they did. I don't know if
I
the
guess
content is something they would try to make fun of.
It'd be fun.
is it
It'd be fun to have Hishi sit Vendetta down in the superhero cafe. That's what I want.
Another very comic booky shot was the revolver of the barrel
Oh yeah,
looking at V.
there was a
Very cool
couple
shot.
good shots like that throughout the sequence, but the predominant one I'm thinking of is the one that's from Creedy's point of view, where you can see like the empty barrel being reloaded with V getting closer and closer.
Yes,
I like how V took out the guys furthest from him first, because they'd have the most time to reload.
Yep.
very smart.
Yeah. Even in a cool action sequence, the character is being intelligent about how he's going about it.
Very nice.
Let's go to writer.
There's definitely an intimidation factor. Obviously, we find out he's wearing body armor. But there's definitely a lot of intimidation in the fact that they don't know he's wearing body armor, and he just gets back up to murder them all.
Yes. Very
Yeah, it's like
scary.
Back to the Future 3.
Good acting on uh, Creedy. His face at the end is pretty darn solid.
And also, just I think this is the only time, this is the only scene we see the dictator, the chancellor in person. And
Yes.
what a scene it is to see him begging for his life and just getting executed.
Yeah.
As a fan of democracy myself, nothing made me happier.
Democracy and works executing dictators.
Hey, take a page out of the French book, French Revolution book. All I'm saying.
It's like we got ourselves a hell diver.
For liberty. I think.
More
I
of
don't
an
know. I'm not
ODST,
in the
but since they're
Helldivers
in
enough.
Helldivers now,
Uh,
I can't really.
that's true. I like the symbolic look that when Big Ben strikes 11:04, it looks like a big V.
Oh, I didn't get that. That's a good one.
I quite like. We get a little bit of a payoff to seeing all the people watching the propaganda news when the chancellor is giving the recorded address we see that everybody's not listening. They're all out.
I, yeah,
Good stuff.
Hey,
that's pretty cool.
talk about the explosion of Parliament and Big Ben. It's these like early to mid 2000s movies that I think just hold up so well because it's in the middle area of practical and VFX.
It looks
Like
like
you
they
could
blew up a
tell they,
model, honestly.
yeah, they did models, and there was some visual effects added to it, fire and stuff. Um, it's just a good culmination to where it makes it not age that much. Looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, the the 2000s knew how to make movies look good.
Yes, they
Yes,
did.
they used everything at their disposal and not just fall back with CGI.
Yeah,
Yeah,
use CGI as a tool, not to fix stuff, but just to make additions, you know?
but damn it, Ryder, in a Snyder movie, we got to cover that mustache.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. Whenever we have a Snyder season, that will just be me suffering. That's what that'll
Oh,
be.
you've touched on Justice League before when we did worst movies bracket, and you lumped them as the same.
Yeah, okay. To specify, I do think Justice League is a better cut of the film, but they're both really terrible.
Some have better parts than others, maybe. I haven't
Yeah,
seen them.
yeah. I mean, there are scenes in the Justice League film that are not in the Snyder cut version that are definitely better additions that fix that or at least attempts to repair damage.
Yeah, and none of those are in this movie. Moving on. Um, sorry, that
Moving
seemed
on.
a little too rude.
No, it's fine.
Apologies. Um, I brought it up earlier. Do you think Evie's strong enough to lift V into the train?
With enough determination, anything's possible.
I would have said post Fear EV, no, or pre Fear EV, yes, but post Fear EV, I think she could do it.
I think
I'm
she could do it. I don't think it would be graceful.
It
I
would.
think
I don't
she'd
think
like
it's
bump
graceful.
him over the top.
I'm sure there's a lot of. The ground would be like stained with blood and everything, but
Some
she would.
dragging, yeah.
Yeah, she would have gotten him into the train. The roses, no idea. Were those in the train? I feel like there was a
I did write
bouquet I
that
missed in the
down.
train.
I was like, where'd the flowers come from?
I don't know where the flowers came from.
Okay, the fix
Unless
for
they were in
this.
another part of the train and she moved them to him.
Yeah, I feel like there was a bouquet of them in the train, but I feel like I missed them. But if you guys didn't see them either, I'm just gonna incline that they just teleported out of nowhere.
I did
However,
see them in that train car, I'll say.
the inference here is just have V having brought a bouquet in there.
Could be. It would have been cool if like every train compartment was a part of the shadow gallery. So he's going with all his stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think it's his style to destroy the art.
yeah, he wouldn't destroy the artwork.
No, that makes more sense. You're right.
I'll use it too much.
He
Maybe
value
just the stuff of Valerie.
Maybe
maybe.
some public, like she's involved in what she wanted done. Yes, I can see an angle for it.
Funny enough, looking at my stuff, I only have like one last point. Oh, well then, Mr. Couple, you go next.
So, what are our percentages we are willing to put on his survivability of the firing squad?
Oh,
100% being he'll survive 100% of the time, 1% being he's essentially dead.
he has a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof mask.
So
And that's all we know he has. There could be stuff on the legs and arms that we just aren't shown.
now, this is where it gets really meta. Standard issue training for police officers and soldiers is to aim for the body typically because it's the center mass. So I think they would try to aim elsewhere, but he's a stationary target, so they would all just aim for the body. But the moment he starts trying to move, and they would, I think, just aim for anything. But that's at that point he's just cutting through them.
Also, the more damage armor takes, the weaker it gets, and that was a lot of focused fire.
Well,
as you're putting it right.
He is bleeding, and they
Yeah,
did
I
get
mean,
through.
they do get through. So
Didn't
I would
stop
agree.
everything.
I would say the armor
It
did
does
its
kill him.
job.
I mean, you see him take the chest plate off, and none of them actually do go through it. It's like the ones that grazed him or hit his arms or something. The chest plate's intact, which might
then
be an
it's
issue in of itself.
Well,
then it's a
maybe.
very strong chest plate.
I'm
What a
going
mask.
with.
What a magic mask.
So
What if
just
it's made out of like tungsten?
the question is just to him surviving the initial gunfire, like right before he goes into his knife stuff. Like, would he
Just the
just be
firing
alive?
squad, not the combat, just the firing squad.
65%.
Ryder, what would you give it?
I think the weakest part of it would be the armor thing at the end. As cool as it is to show it, I think they should have shown it breached in a couple places. Otherwise, I think I'm probably in a similar place to Sprinks. I'm bouncing between 60 and 70 myself.
The other question is, with how V is, can he feel pain?
That gets into the question mark of what he is. The doctor brought up he had some sort of genetic anomaly. I forgot what it. Somewhere in my notes. There was something special about him that she was interested in. But I don't know what the limit of that is. I mean, he survived burning alive. He essentially has super strength from what we've seen. He's got fast reflexes. Does he feel pain? I don't know.
Certainly emotional pain.
Yes, emotional
Not
pain.
plenty of that.
I'm leaning that maybe he not just flat out doesn't feel pain, but he feels a lot less pain is after the bullets, how smoothly he can go into his knife fighting without needing like a break.
I mean, I think this man's 100% will. I think it would be better if he actually did feel pain. It kind of feel cooler to me.
Yeah. Does this whole Sith thing of beating his chest before he charges to use the pain to fuel the adrenaline? That'd be fun.
I guess my number, I'd say like mid-30s somewhere.
Oh, so he should not have survived, is what you're saying.
I think it's a higher chance he'd die. Yes.
Well, funny enough, our numbers are kind of wishy-washy because he does die. So
Yeah, I was like,
yeah,
he still dies. It's just he just willed himself to
yeah.
live through it.
This is like one of those pitches that you'd give to the Mythbusters, and you go, "Well, he dies." Like, no need to really test this.
Well, the test is, does he have time to go fight after dying?
Well, that goes into him
He
being a
died
super soldier.
afterwards.
He's not a regular guy. I'm sorry, this is not Sam Wilson against the Red Hulk.
Hey, he was wearing
He is not just a
vibranium,
dude.
okay? It's still dumb. Anyway.
Oh, anyway. Let's go to Ryder.
I like the. Okay, so there's two facets to this. One, it's really lucky the soldiers didn't shoot in the crowd. Granted, this is British military. The American, I don't trust the American military to have such restraint. Um, the the crowd didn't get massacred, which is fine. I think it definitely works in the symbolism's favor of the film, but it is still a little bit lucky that they stand down because no one is giving them orders. When the last order they've heard is to stand their ground, you'd think they would stand their ground.
Yeah, I found it
Well,
to be
yeah.
too much of a movie thing.
It is definitely a
From
movie
where
moment. I don't have
found it
large
unrealistic.
issue with it beyond the fact that it is just a movie moment.
I am in the same as movie moment. This isn't an old man firing an arrow at Helm's Breach situation.
Sure. I don't know what that signifies.
Yeah, I know, but that was to Ryder. Just like
Well,
everyone told it, no
you
one's not firing.
you confused me because you said Helm's Breach, and I'm like,
Oh, Helm's Deep.
yeah.
Helm's Deep.
I thought about it. I'm like, is there a abridged version I haven't seen yet? I was like, what's going on? And I knew what you meant, though. I think
Yeah, one of my things was this whole scene is for the spectacle, but realistically, nothing's this smooth. It takes one dissenter to domino,
yeah,
kind of, and everything happens. There's nobody recording. They do have cell phones at this time. There's cameras, those exist. Nobody's documenting. It's just a wave of people walking peacefully at the military. It's a sacrifice of realism for the visual.
yes.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if any of the military like put down their guns and put on a mask, like converted.
That would be cool. It'd be interesting if they made like the ones who were in front were like a again. If I were to have my own little bit, the people they put in the front, like the recruits, the ones that were fodder for the military, they'd be in the front stoling their guns, but they would turn around and put on masks and end up marching with people. That would be cool. Nice little.
I would have liked if the family of 4 with the son and daughter and the mom and dad, if the dad was a part of the military. And he has to aim the gun at his like family.
That would be a cool side story. I would love it.
Or the guy commanding everyone to stand down, he just puts on a mask. And then the guy next to him like, what are you doing?
That'd be something. Huh. How do we do? Crimson said he had a couple. You know what? No. One more each. Yeah, one more each. And I'll start. So give you time, because I only got one, but give you guys time to find which one you want to talk about. My last one I will touch on is the ending of all the dead people in the crowd. I think it's to symbolize Evie's saying of when Finch was asking who was he, and Evie's answer is like, he was you, he was me, he was everyone, of the idea connected by everyone following the same idea is the same to everyone in that crowd, that everyone was following that idea. So everyone was in line to the same following.
Can't
So that's why
yeah.
that's why it showed Valerie and Ruth, it showed the girl who got shot, showed Gordon. That's what I think is the reason for it to do that.
I think that's the right read of it. I would just prefer it if we saw it through Evie's point of view and it's not an audience point of view.
Like Evie was down there with the crowd
watching them. Yeah.
Instead of them being on the roof, they would have walked in and joined the crowd.
Yeah. She turns around, looks at the people, starts getting all teary-eyed, not just because of those who have lost and she can see, but just because the participation and the cause worked. I think that would be nice.
Okay. Let's go to Crimson for a final point.
Alrighty. That was my point.
Wait. We didn't get Ryder's point on the ending. What I meant. I jumped the gun.
My last point is specifically with the speech that she gives as part of her narration. And he was Edmond Dantes, he was this, he was that. Very good stuff. The idea that obviously he was like, wasn't the embodiment of everybody's will for the idea. Because as he talks about it, he's like, I don't know if what's going to come after is better, but just the chance that something better will come after is what he's after. That's enough for him to be for him to commit to this and have the conviction to follow through with more essentially dedicating himself till he dies. So it was a nice little
for Vendetta too.
yeah, it's a nice little wrap up of his story. So my final point is very much tied to your Springs, but that is mine.
Okay. Got it. And Crimson, you give your last one?
I actually found something else.
Oh.
The Finch. This is a hypothetical question. So Finch made it. He found the train. His theory was correct. He was going to stop it, but Evie kind of talked him out of it. Kind of half trying, but at the end, he put his gun down and let it go. Do you think if Evie didn't address him, he would have shot her or given up?
Good question. If he didn't address her.
I think he's
So,
sorry, you first, Springs.
well, I'm trying. Didn't address her. So she's standing there with the lever. He doesn't say anything and just has the gun on her.
No, like she doesn't address him, because what she says kind of just convinces him. He sees the body. She talks to him, and eventually, to his own conclusion, or from what she said, he just got it down. Would her not talking to him at all, would he have come to his own conclusion or not? I guess.
I think without her talking, he would have fired. But then it could have been her dying and saying something while dying to make him the one to pull the lever. But the sake that he had his gun already drawn on Evie upon being there, I think gives the answer to what he originally was going to do. And Evie talked him out of it.
He was definitely teetering, and he has been for the last, I would say, half hour of the film. So I think there's an avenue to where he would have lowered the gun. Instead, he would have just been like he wouldn't have fired. He would have just been asking her to step out because he doesn't want people to die until the situation is explained to him a little bit. That being said, if Evie made like a move towards him, I think he would have fired. If she remained still, though, I don't think he would have.
He would have just let her pull the lever.
Well, no, that would be movement. So,
So if she reached for the lever, bang.
yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Okay, so her conversation actually had weight to his.
Yes.
split.
Yes, it was the last little thing he needed to fully turn.
Otherwise, I would have been more inclined of being really unsure if he didn't have his gun. And he like outstretched his hand. Said like, hey, stop. Then I'd be a lot more like, I don't know. But the gun on Evie really weighs that, yeah, he probably would have fired.
All right. I'm inclined to agree with you guys.
All right. And with that, then, that wraps up the coverage of V for Vendetta. We are now going to summaries and ratings. And we're going to start with me. Ha ha ha. I know. Baffling.
Finally, he
Dictator.
starts first.
It's crazy.
I mean, you
Just
start first
throw
in
you
your
for a
own
loop.
host, is what I mean.
I know. It's something. It's a mix-up. Let me start with my objective. I think the acting in this movie is really darn good across Natalie Portman and Stephen Fry and John Hurt and Hugo Weaving. Hugo Weaving, I think, had that bit of Spider-Man situation where a masked character had to emote and was very head movements, body language, hands to express, and I think he did it very well, and it really came across as V as a character in a form. I think the story is really darn good for what it's telling. I think the cinematography is really darn good. I think the lighting is really darn good. Even the parts that are artificial to match that of natural, I really like. There was there are things and stuff that I'm not the biggest fan of, like the false shot of Finch looking at the TV. didn't really care for that. Shoot, there's a lighting that I didn't care for either, and I can't remember it right now.
I remember the blood
And
complaint
then
from you as well.
yeah, the blood complaint. It does look a little cheap on the CGI look of it. I get that it's going for a vibe or tone of the film for the comic book look, which I think aspects of this really do try to mask that of the parallel to the comic look. But the blood I wish had a little more detail in it or a little more realism to the look. I think the costume design is really cool. I think the locations are pretty darn good, especially since they could film on location. There's always something I forget, but I am going to sum this up to an 8.5. I think it's very solid. It does have a few flaws and it's not perfect. Subjectively, this movie doesn't feel like 2 hours. It feels very entertaining, very engrossed. And I was debating about it because I'm not one who really likes to match numbers that well like Crimson, but I'm going to match it. I also have this as an 8.5 subjective. It is very fun. So with that, let's go to writer.
All right. I will also start with my objective, which is not usually what I do. I have a lot of thoughts and opinions about this film. I think I'm happy I had the podcast because I definitely didn't notice some of the nicks that cropped up here and there in terms of outside of the main one at the beginning. There was a few that I think Crimson brought up that I didn't notice going through. Um, that being said, it's still a very, very high quality, well written film. Um, it's well, the plot is fun enough, a vendetta, um, and V is a very good planner, and a lot of the plot is a driving force. He's often the driving force of the plot, pushing the world around him in the direction that he wants it to go. And there's slowly those things about the world start, cropping up in Stephen Fry's character being uh, obviously in a similar vein, but trusting Evie enough to be open with her, especially after she talks about V a lot. And at that point, V's already announced himself, so everybody knows who V is, quote unquote. Um, so this idea that it's always been simmering with everybody that in terms of the world building that they don't like the state of the world they're in. And the plot is essentially for V to overturn the state of the world. And uh, then lots of shenanigans happen on the way to that. Things I appreciate about the plot in that regard is they don't dumb down the villains completely in order to make V come across as super intelligent. Um, I think the closest there are elements where we might get teeter close to that, but I think it's fine. Like it doesn't really detract because it doesn't. They're not dumbed down to make somebody else look smart. So V comes across as because they're all somewhat competent. It makes V look better. Um, and yeah, so I think the plot builds to a nice crescendo on the second third, I guess, technically, of November 5th, which is when Parliament gets destroyed. And I think the movie, while it does sacrifice some realism for that point, I think it achieves its goal with its story. The world building is fascinating. Um, I like that it continues to world build even towards the last half hour of the film, either through the police investigating or through just flashbacks like with Valerie. And so the world building doesn't stop. It's consistently building its picture throughout the film in order to end with this crescendo at the end. So again, I think it's really, really good. There is an argument for some quick notes that we skipped over. There's an argument for some plot armor here and there. There's an argument for some conveniences here and there. Those do scatter into the plot a little bit, but otherwise, I think it's really good. I've just another little note. I've talked about the dialogue. The dialogue is phenomenal most of the time in the film. I don't think there was the only awkward part for me, I think, in terms of dialogue is when Evie has to give her backstory. And I think that could have been a far more natural way to do that. I think that's probably the most awkward dialogue for me. And even though once it gets going, I think it's worthwhile. And I guess that leaves characters. Dominic's a good side character for Finch, who I've been calling Lestrade too. I think he's not being a rat is a nice little change from, as we've decided, from what the stereotype would be. And he, drops Finch off to go search the underground, which, speaks to who he is a little bit. So he's still supporting his partner. I think the doctor who gets the last one to die gets a little bit of an interesting twist to her story because V doesn't outright hate her, which is an interesting little thing to throw in for her. And as for the rest, they're all evil, twisted bastards. So thumbs up when you see them die. I appreciate it. The Chancellor is very much is definitely a tertiary character because we don't really see him in person until the end, but he's very much intended to be a force of nature with how the film depicts him. Finch is very, very determined. I quite like that he's able to put the whole story together, even if he can't do anything about it by the end. And he's kind of questioning for the latter half of the film because he does go on a fairly decent, well-written arc. Evie and V, I think, would be the main characters. Evie is. We kind of talked about at the beginning here. I think that's pretty much the real nick into her character, but it's again doesn't really break anything. We just need a lot more context to go with it. And I kind of blame that more so on the plot than I do with the character because they have more inferences they can go through with the character to explain why she would be out past curfew than the plot related reason, I think. And V, don't really have any nicks for him. I think he's extremely well rounded. He's competent in his skills. He can put on the fear into his enemies when he needs to. He's very intelligent how he go about his killings. There's an argument to the degree of how much he is observant, but he is clearly observant enough to get the work done. And there's a debate of just how much he already knows, which Sprinks and I had a back and forth with throughout the podcast. But objectively, I'm at an 8.5. Subjectively, this movie ages really well. When I was younger, this was probably a 7 for me. But for the podcast, rewatch, and like I said, definitely with the having been in going through a bunch of shows that cover like similar genre of being like they have similar messaging. Watching this kind of at the tail end of all that definitely added to my subjective this time around. I love the movie. I love all the symbolism. I love the artistry. I love the dialogue. I love the messaging. There's just a lot to like for me here on a personal level. I'm at a subjective 9.
Interesting.
Got some high numbers here.
That leaves Crimson.
Boy, am I sweaty. Do I have to
Oh,
lower
boy.
our average here?
He's gonna break all these numbers.
You heard it here first. The first subjective one from Crimson.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Yes, you're right. I would be out of my mind. I'd be crazy. Uh,
That's what people
I
that's
agree
what
with a
they say
lot.
about me. Yeah.
I agree with a lot. I'll start with my objective. I agree with a lot with the sentiments that you both threw out there. So I'll just put out a couple that um, I wrote down and recalled. The doctor knowing about the rose and being able to tie that to V. I don't think they established her being able to do that. So a little bit of a nick there. I I do believe after our long debate, not having a even a hint of a time frame of Evie being tortured, I do find that being absent as a problem. Uh, the major still being alive that we kind of talked slightly about. That Sprinks brought up the major seemingly involved, but still living to talk to Finch, but never confirming that if he kills him off screen or anything. That's just something that's absent. As mentioned in the very beginning, it's a little unfortunate that the foundation of this kind of has cracks with the convenience, at least how I'm labeling it. I'm labeling it as convenience of Evie being late, as well as I don't believe her character at this stage is willing to break curfew, especially since the whole point of the film, or a section of the film, is her learning to overcome her fears. So her overcoming a fear of curfew and the government right off the bat, I think, would undercut that. Uh, the Chancellor completely bypassing Finch's opinion about the tunnels. I got the points that were being thrown, but at the end of the day, I still think it's just too easy for the Chancellor just to say, send a group of guys to check, and that would be it. Even on Finch, he could have checked even earlier. Like um, V was working on the tunnel for 10 years. It'd only take one person to go down there and be like, someone's clearing this out. We need to report this. And boom. I mean, it's kind of a big issue for the plan if one person aware of this situation stumbled across the tunnel. It kind of foiled the plan. But I agree with the sentiment of the characters being consistent. I think the camera work's good, the lighting's good, the way they handle the subject matter is good. They kind of make it a little too easy with the subject matter. Like the bad guys, they're just bad guys. There's like zero nuance to them. They're just villains, which makes it easier for the film. It would be kind of neat to see the Chancellor having some sort of sympathetic side of why does he want to control things.
Boy, do
We
I have
don't
a
get
show
that.
recommendation for you.
He's just evil man, which isn't a bad thing. It's just an easy route they took. Uh, the makeup on Veronica,
Valerie.
Valerie. I think that's the biggest nick to costume slash makeup department. I think everything else looks good. VFX looks good. So I'm at an 8 objectively. Subjectively, I like this film. It's enjoyable. It's not one I want to see all the time. Um, it's good. I don't. It's not great for me though. I have it at a 7. Still a solid number. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Do not feel bad on your answer. Totally fine.
Do I feel bad?
I don't know. You said 7. It's a solid number. Like it's an excuse kind of thing. Like, please don't let the mob after me. Like it's fine.
No, Sprinks, you should know I don't care about any mobs. I encourage engagement.
Look, it's not his hook opinion, all right?
It's my hook opinion.
Yeah.
That was funny.
And with that,
All right.
gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think so. Hey, audience, have yourself a happy November 5th.
Yes.
Always
Remember the 5th of
remember.
November. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Goodpods, iHeartRadio, Podcast, and Samsung, and having to be our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thank you for watching our PNGuber slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.